The next 2 weeks passed in a blur. Sonny had so much to do that there was no time to concentrate on any one thing for too long. The first evacuation army camp around him was in a similar state, becoming increasingly more hectic as the date of the naval convoy's departure approached. Luckily, he was more than familiar with having to act fast while enduring immense pressure. The first thing Sonny did after introducing himself to the members of his cohort was briefly reiterate the key objectives of the upcoming campaign, as well as share several pieces of information about the hardships they would most likely have to endure, and the intended role of the first irregular company that his soldiers had not been privy to before. After Sonny finished his briefing, the mood in the empty gymnasium turned somewhat grim. Not wishing to let the Six Awakened stew in their apprehension, he immediately transitioned to the next stage of getting to know his subordinates. Summoning the cruel sight, Sonny smiled pleasantly and asked them to attack him, one at a time. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by dueling each of the cohort members right off the bat. First of all, Sonny knew that he had to win their respect. No matter what Master Jet had said, these experienced soldiers were not going to put their trust in him easily. He was young, small, and a complete stranger. Although forging a real bond would take more time and effort, a simple demonstration of strength was a good start. Secondly, he needed to understand their powers and techniques better. A simple duel was the best way to do that. Sonny had an additional advantage in that regard, since his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to learn much faster and peer much deeper than almost anyone else. In the next 30 minutes or so, he ruthlessly demolished each of his subordinates without even breaking a sweat. Although all of them were very good at what they did, his power and skill were simply too domineering. The only ones who gave Sonny a bit of a problem were Dorn and Samira. The former's aspect was very insidious when used with sufficient foresight. While Sonny was strong enough to shake off the force of the big man's aspect, even he had to improvise when subjected to it at exactly the worst and most inconvenient moment. Samara presented a different challenge. Although her preferred method of combat centered around infusing bullets with charged soul essence, she was perfectly capable of simply forming her essence into projectiles without a tangible medium. Even if these soul darts weren't as fast or far-reaching, fighting her meant being subjected to a constant barrage of explosive energy. It was a good thing that the gymnasium was built with Awakened in mind, otherwise the whole structure might have collapsed. In any case, neither of them managed to really slow Sonny down. Of course, he took care to exert just enough strength to defeat the members of the cohort in a decisive fashion, but not wound them. After the 6 duels were finished, he had a much better understanding of what his subordinates were capable of. Not only had Sonny been able to grasp the core tenets of their battle techniques, but he was also very satisfied with adding 6 nuanced, polished styles to his mental library. Knowing what to expect from the 6 Awakened not only allowed him to form a tentative vision of how the cohort would perform in battle and how to command it to achieve the best result, but also helped him come up with an optimized training plan that would turn them into a semblance of a cohesive fighting force in a short amount of time. Sadly, 2 weeks was not nearly enough time to turn 7 relative strangers into a truly coordinated battle unit. The insight he had received due to Shadow Dance helped substantially accelerate the process, but the progress was still insufficient. Hopefully they would reach at least the minimal threshold of mutual understanding by the time the naval convoy reached Antarctica. After coming up with the plan, Sonny did not linger before putting it in motion. To his amusement, the training facility assigned to the cohort happened to include 7 Dreamscape pods. These were different from the ones he had back home, however. Instead of being connected to the public selection of arenas, it was integrated into a closed network operated by the government. It was also centered around battles with simulated nightmare creatures as opposed to personal duels. Sonny was even able to tune the battle scenarios to fit his goals and personal preferences to a certain extent. At first, he was very enthusiastic about this novel method of training, but then grew slightly disappointed with it. Dreamscape was simply incapable of simulating the true madness and dread of the nightmare creatures. The illusory monsters they fought were strong and threatening, but lacked the spark of life and the perverse intelligence that made the real deal so deadly. Illusions were simply incapable of pressuring the cohort enough, so Sonny found something else to pressure his people: himself. After the first few days, he allocated significant time to battles where all 6 had to contain a single target, their captain. While Sonny looked much less frightening than a nightmare creature, his subordinates quickly learned that he was infinitely more terrible. After an especially intense clash, the 6 awakened crawled out of the dreamscape pods and wandered off to grab a bite and rest for a bit. Soon, several of them gathered in the staff kitchen attached to the gymnasium. Luster was rubbing the shoulder he had bruised in one of the real-world training sessions as he groaned.
"Devil! He's a devil!"
Sonny, who sat comfortably in his luxurious memory chair on the other side of the building studying a topographical map of Antarctica, looked up from the screen of his communicator and grinned.
"That guy is closer to the truth than he thinks."
Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Samara glanced at Luster with disapproval and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Kim decided to support the young man.
"Our captain, he might not be a human, I think."
The aloof beauty looked at her with confusion. Exposed to so much attention, Kim shifted uncomfortably.
"That, all humans share common weaknesses. Temple, inner thigh, where the artery is close to the skin, and so on. But Captain Sunless, he does not. It's like his skull is indestructible and he doesn't bleed."
Luster's eyes widened.
"See, I'm telling you guys, he is a nightmare creature in disguise. We will all die before even reaching Antarctica."
Samara stared at him for a few moments and then said nonchalantly, "You know he's probably listening, right?" Luster flinched and almost fell off his chair. On the other side of the building, Sonny put a hand over his mouth to stifle a wicked laugh. While the intense and arduous training slowly taught the members of the cohort how to fight together, Sonny had several other time-sensitive tasks to complete. Keeping up with all these concurrent responsibilities tested his mental capacity, but there was no other choice than to simply grit his teeth and do it. Probably the most important of the tasks facing him was to allocate his contribution points and acquire various assets to strengthen the cohort. However, that was not a straightforward issue. After several days of studying how his subordinates fought and getting acquainted with their memory arsenals, he was finally ready to make some decisions. To do so, he chose a moment when the 3 members of the Melee Vanguard, Bell, Dorn, and Quentin, were busy in the dreamscape pods, and called his other 3 subordinates over. After all 3 of them were specialists in various support fields that had to do with the cohort's equipment. Kim was a technician, Samara was a capable spell-tech engineer, and Luster, well, Luster was supposed to be an ace pilot. That wasn't really useful in this situation, but what was Sonny supposed to do? Leave the poor guy to sulk all alone in a corner? After consulting with Kim and Samara, he gained a lot of insight into what would be the best way to spend the contribution points. The Rhino might have seemed like a simple transport vehicle, but it was so much more. Sonny did not know a lot about war and strategy, but he knew that mobility was one of the most important factors when determining the impact a combat unit could make. That was especially so for the cohort of the 1st Irregular Company, which were supposed to be elite rapid response units that had to constantly travel between various flashpoints to provide support to the ground troops. So upgrading their APC was of paramount importance. The question was, which aspects of the Rhino had to be upgraded the most? In the end, Sonny settled on several major upgrades. They were not what he had expected to pick before consulting with the pair of tech specialists. Instead of adding more armor to the Rhino's hull or incorporating a powerful cannon into its forward section, most of the improvements ended up being hidden from sight. The Rhino received a comprehensive overhaul that replaced its already formidable power reactor with a much more potent alternative, which in turn demanded the whole energy transmission system to be torn out and replaced with a more robust one. Among other things, this upgrade vastly improved the logistics of the cohort, since the new Spelltech reactor did not need mundane fuel and could be charged by luster instead. The guy turned out to be useful for something after all. The second major upgrade, unexpectedly, centered entirely around the command and communication suite situated in the rear of the vehicle. Sonny had not paid much attention before, but after receiving input from Kim, he understood how important it was to get his hands on a better system. With all the gates opening in Antarctica, communicating with other units and the command HQ of the evacuation army was going to quickly turn into hell. Being able to maintain a sustainable connection was even more important for the irregulars, since the cohorts were meant to act semi-independently while being coordinated by Master Jet from a distance. Luckily, the upgraded reactor was capable of supplying a lot of juice to the communication suite, so Sonny could easily replace it with a much more advanced and powerful system that, hopefully, would have no problem punching through the massive interference. The added external antennas, both the comically tall telescopic one and the more modest parabolic one, could be retracted and hidden beneath the armor at any moment. The third upgrade was the most esoteric and abstruse. It involved extremely advanced Spelltech applications, which Sonny did not understand, so he simply told Samara to choose the best option. It had to do with shielding and insulating the core systems of the APC from the detrimental effects that the Nightmare Gates produced. Everyone knew that Gates messed with technology and electronics in weird ways, but very few people understood how and why. Considering the nature of the chain of nightmares, Sonny had to make sure that the Rhino would not simply stall and die in the middle of nowhere for no apparent reason. So, even though it cost him a painful amount of contribution points, he chose to acquire the most expensive set of countermeasures available. Sonny did not shed a tear, only because his subordinates were watching. Before letting the specialists go, he made another acquisition. Knowing what Samara was capable of with the right armament, he decided to enhance her combat performance by getting his hands on the most powerful mundane weapon available to the members of the 1st Evacuation Army. As a result, the cohort became entitled to receive an incredibly powerful, by the standards of mundane soldiers of course, mechanized rifle. The thing was made of incredibly tough alloy and included various dampening materials to make its internals more resistant to concussive damage. It was as tall as Samara herself and possessed a long, fearsome barrel. Sonny initially thought that the rifle was a railgun, but was corrected and found out that it was actually a different type of mass driver known as a coil gun or Gauss rifle. He had heard all those words before, but had no idea what the difference was. Not that it mattered. All he needed to know was that the rifle was incredibly powerful and capable of propelling solid slugs forward with stunning speed. It could also fire them in 2 modes, subsonic and supersonic, which could be useful if the cohort ever wanted to remain discreet. Technically, the rifle was too heavy and powerful to be wielded by a human. It was meant to be utilized by a soldier encased in a full exoskeleton armor suit, or even serve as a light weapon for the smaller humanoid war platforms. But as an awakened, Samara was just strong enough to manage. After making this acquisition, Sonny let the 3 specialists go and rubbed his palms together. Then, he went forward and spent his remaining contribution points on miscellaneous items and, more importantly, better memories for his soldiers. As a mad grin appeared on Sonny's face, his eyes shone with greedy light. Staring at his communicator, he couldn't help but laugh.
Ungrateful brats. Daddy bought you gifts.
Sonny spent a lot of time considering what was the best use of the contribution points allocated to him by the army, as far as memories were concerned. He had no doubt that the cohort was going to encounter hordes of nightmare creatures in Antarctica. Hopefully, he and his soldiers would survive, which also meant that they would receive a lot of memories, and eventually, even echoes, throughout the campaign. Still, most of those abominations were going to be either dormant or awakened. How powerful of a memory could killing such a creature bring? Additionally, any boon received in battle was bound to be arbitrary. Even if it possessed considerable power, who was to say that this power would fit the cohort's members well? So, now was his best and only chance to get his hands on potent memories that perfectly suited his soldiers and himself. However, nothing was ever simple. Despite the fact that the government had been extremely generous, outfitting 6 awakened, let alone a master, was not cheap. If Sonny had not spent the lion's share of contribution points in upgrading the Rhino, he might have been able to acquire a good amount of powerful tools. As it stood, he was desperately short on funds. This was why he had to make several painful decisions. Firstly, he gave up on getting something that he himself could use and chose to concentrate on the needs of his subordinates.
That really leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Sonny let out a mournful sigh. There was no denying that his arsenal was already too outstanding. He had to console himself by remembering that his 6 soldiers were, in a sense, an extension of this arsenal. They were meant to become his most powerful weapons. So, empowering them was the same as empowering himself. Secondly, purchasing echoes was also out of the question. Although there were plenty to choose from, the cost was just too high. Sonny might have considered getting one if he could turn it into a shadow, but he already knew he had to possess the corresponding shadow in his soul sea to transform an echo. So, his main goal was to enhance the equipment of his soldiers in a meaningful way. Sadly, even that was mostly out of his reach now. That was, if Sonny did not cheat, of course.
But why wouldn't I?
An ominous smile appeared on his face. Sonny was in a unique position to get most of what he wanted, while spending a vastly smaller amount of contribution points than anyone else would have had to shell out. After all, he was an aspiring sorcerer. Purchasing dozens of powerful memories might have been out of his reach, but with some luck, he would not need to. Requesting a powerful ascended sword for Bell would consume a considerable chunk of his remaining contribution points, for example, but purchasing a dormant weapon with a suitable enchantment would not. All he had to do was study its weave and then transplant the enchantment onto the swordsman's current blade. In other words, Sonny planned to treat the memories he purchased as building blocks of powerful tools, as opposed to tools themselves. That way, he could get much more value from the contribution points in his possession. The only disadvantage of this approach was that it would immensely burden Sonny in the coming weeks. Nevertheless, he was willing to try. Even if not all of his attempts at transplanting weaves were going to succeed, he was confident that a sufficient amount would, if he chose the right ingredients, of course. Sonny studied the vast list of available memories for a while, then sighed and left the gymnasium. He had to inspect the goods personally. Sometimes it was easy to forget that most awakened did not enjoy his ability to peer into the very essence of memories and receive a handy description of what each enchantment was supposed to do from the spell. That was something that consuming a drop of ichor that had fallen from the Weaver's eye gifted him, and while there surely were aspects that allowed a select number of people to do something similar, most awakened simply had to rely on vague feeling and experimentation to unlock the full potential of their memories. It took some convincing to make it happen, but eventually, Sonny was allowed into the main armory of the army encampment. There, he found several dozen awakened, busy with paperwork. There were no thousands of memories resting on shelves waiting to be allocated to various units. The logistics of the whole system were a true nightmare, since memories could only be transferred in person. As a result, each was assigned to an awakened supply officer who served as a walking arsenal and was supposed to personally deliver the chosen memory to the recipient when requested. Sonny would have looked like a complete fool if he demanded each of these officers to manifest their entire inventories for his perusal, not to mention that such a thing would take forever to complete. Luckily, he had narrowed his selection to a comparatively short list of memories that were both cheap and had great potential. Now he just had to take a look at them to make sure that the weaves were suitable and easy enough to copy. Sonny had a lot of goals, ranging from comparatively simple to achieve to those that required a great effort on his part and could fail. For example, there was a dormant memory that came in the shape of a straight razor. Its only enchantment, according to the description in the government database, made it extremely sharp. Trying to hack and slash nightmare creatures with the tiny blade was a recipe for disaster. But what if he could imbue Belle's sword with the same unnatural sharpness? There was a cloak that had no other purpose than to make its wearer weigh less than a couple kilograms. In and of itself, the enchantment was not too useful, but what if he applied it to Dorn's unwieldy sledgehammer? Better yet, what if he managed to transplant the Feather of Truth enchantment of the Mantle of the Underworld to it? Even though Sonny still had trouble working with complex weaves of ascended memories, he felt that he had a solid chance of success. What if he could purchase 6 cheap charms and enhance each of them with the resistance to cold that the memory of ice provided? Thankfully, he could spend his contribution points to receive soul shards required for these manipulations as well. Of course, the task was daunting and complicated. Not only did Sonny have to collect all the necessary ingredients, spend a lot of time and essence to create countless strings of essence, study the new weaves, and actually succeed in replicating them. He also had to take other factors into account. The difference between passive and active enchantments, the capacity of the memories being changed, the rate at which his awakened soldiers would have to expend their limited reserves of essence to maintain the more powerful effects, the synergy between them. All of these concerns were enough to drive a person mad. Not to mention that he only had several weeks to achieve this ambitious goal while simultaneously overseeing the training of the cohort and performing other important tasks. He would probably improve his nascent mastery of sorcery at least. Staring at the confused supply officers, Sonny rubbed his face and groaned.
Oh, so much to do. Damn, is being a captain always so stressful?
Several days later, Sonny was sitting in the mess hall of the military bunker, consuming a generous portion of food without too much enthusiasm. A couple of other captains of the First Irregular Company, as well as Master Jet herself, ate with a bit more appetite. Sonny did not look too good. Dark circles were under his eyes, and his whole presence was subdued and listless. a telling sign that someone was running low on essence. At some point, Winter gave him a dubious look and asked,
"What's up with you? You look like you're about to topple over."
Sonny waved a hand dismissively.
"It's nothing. I'm just tired because of all the stuff I have to do before we depart. Being an army officer is not a breeze, as it turns out. Who could have thought?"
The woman stared at him for a few moments, then grinned.
"Oh, right. I forgot that this is your first command posting. You've yet to discover the wonders of delegation."
Master Randall shook his head.
"There are many things that can't be delegated. Plus, you have to know what your subordinates can handle to assign them tasks. I think that you are doing fine, kid."
Sonny wanted to retort that he was not a kid, but thought better of it after glancing at the grizzled veteran. Vandal was almost old enough to be his grandfather. If anyone had the right to regard him as a junior, it was Master Randall. Winter shrugged.
"That's true. I am impressed by the cohort you've managed to form. It is unexpectedly well-rounded, although I am surprised by several of the choices you made."
Sonny raised an eyebrow.
"Really? Why?"
She leaned back and looked at him. Well, Sonny assumed that she was looking at him. In truth, the laid-back beauty could have been staring at anything from behind her old-fashioned sunglasses.
"Don't get me wrong. Each of us has tried to create a cohort that can remain effective in all kinds of situations, but we have our biases. Nevertheless. So, every cohort except yours tends to lean toward a certain specialization. Take Pride, for example. That slippery bastard recruited all the stealthy creeps from the roster."
Sonny stared at her without amusement.
"You do know that I am a creep myself, right?"
Then he froze for a moment.
"Wait, that didn't come out right. What I meant to say is that I specialize in stealth as well."
Winter snorted.
"Really? You don't look like a backstabber."
Sonny crossed his arms and looked at her with a smirk.
"Well, obviously. If I go around looking like a backstabber, people would be on guard against being stabbed in the back, wouldn't they? That just defeats the purpose."
Master Randall let out a gruff chuckle.
He makes a good point.
Sonny nodded and then let out a heavy sigh.
To tell you the truth, I did my fair share of backstabbing in the past, which really helped me to survive. But mostly, I tend to find myself in situations where I'm surrounded on all sides. Stealth is a powerful tool, but it can only get you so far. So a well-rounded cohort is the best choice, in my opinion. Luckily, my aspect is versatile enough to support all kinds of compositions.
He lingered for a bit, then asked with curiosity,
"What do other cohorts specialize in? I've been too busy to keep up with what you guys are doing."
Winter took a bite out of her sandwich, chewed it slowly, and shrugged.
The usual. Davis went with the stealthy approach. Venerable Vandal here is all about melee carnage. So is Mustang, with the added emphasis on speed and finesse. I am more of a ranged superiority gal. Dale is a bit like you, but with a slant toward robust defense. As for our courageous leader..."
She looked at Master Jet and smiled.
"Actually, I have no idea. Her cohort is weird."
Soul Reaper gave them a nonchalant glance.
"It's not that weird. I picked people who can embrace my own battle performance in various ways. We are meant to wipe out the enemy by channeling our deadliest weapon, me.
in the most efficient way.
She remained silent for a few seconds.
In any case, there are only several days left before we have to board the ships. Once we do, most of our decision power will be gone. Any additional preparations we'll be able to make at sea are going to be limited to a specific direction. So now is your last chance to account for things you might have missed.
The captains looked at each other with somber expressions. After a long pause, Sunny asked,
Any suggestions?
Master Jet thought for a bit.
You're not too familiar with how gates affect us, are you?
He shrugged.
I know the basics, I guess.
Randall shook his head.
That is not really enough. For us government officers, a big part of our duty has to do with containing the nightmare gates, so we know them the best. You are a master, so you must have experienced the call at least once, correct?
Sunny cautiously nodded. He had indeed experienced the strange pull that both gates and seeds exerted on Awakened. It felt like the nightmare was calling to him. The grizzled veteran continued with a scowl.
Well, the call does not just affect the mind. It exerts a very substantial influence on reality as well. Namely, it can mess with your tether and the Dream Realm anchor.
Sunny scratched the back of his head. He knew about that strange anomaly, of course. He had just never encountered it himself.
How severe is the interference?
The older master lingered for a second.
Not too severe, but it grows worse the closer you get to the gate. In the immediate area around it, the call overrides both the tether and the anchor. What it means is that if you decide to jump into the Dream Realm near an active gate, you will be pulled toward its seed instead of your citadel. Same goes for the Awakened who fall asleep in the vicinity.
He paused and then added,
We often make use of that property. If a gate manifests in a populated area and needs to be closed quickly, you can dispatch a cohort of challengers to the seed through the call. A saint might help out and bring them there immediately, or they can wait until the first wave of nightmare creatures is cleared and take a nap, although that is more dangerous, since the challengers will have to search for each other and the seed in a potentially hostile region of the Dream Realm.
Master Jet sighed.
That is not important right now. Usually it is not too difficult to avoid being displaced by the call. All Awakened have to do is maintain a bit of distance between themselves and the gate. However,
her expression darkened.
With how many gates are expected to manifest during the chain of nightmares, who knows what the situation will be? We'll have to keep the potential danger in mind and manage the sleep schedule of our soldiers, lest they are whisked away. I advise each of you stock up on stimulants at least.
Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually, he tiredly rubbed his face and said in a somber tone,
I'll take that into account.
On the second to last day before the departure of the first evacuation army, Sunny and his cohort had nothing much to do. The gymnasium they used had actually been dismantled the previous night, so they couldn't continue training. Of course, Sunny could have come up with an inventive way to put his soldiers through more grief, but he eventually decided against it. Instead, he gathered them on the wall of the port fortress for an improvised picnic. Leaving the Northern Quadrant was a big occasion, especially considering that they were going to war. This was probably going to be their last chance to relax and enjoy themselves in complete safety. So it would have been a shame to miss it. The cohort enjoyed a lavish meal, consisting of various tasty dishes Sunny had commandeered from the officers' mess hall. There were even beverages that were technically prohibited by Army regulations, even though they had very limited effect unawakened. The 7 of them watched as heavy containers were being loaded on the massive ships in wistful silence. Well, at least 6 of them did. Luster, meanwhile, was secretly ogling Samara. After a few moments of silence, the tall woman suddenly said in an even tone,
"What are you staring at?"
The young man flinched and awkwardly looked away.
That's a wicked scar you have. How did you get it, Sam?"
Samara indeed had a prominent scar that stretched all the way from her shoulder to her forearm. Since the sleeves of her bodysuit were currently rolled up, a part of it was on display. She briefly glanced down at her arm, then shrugged.
"When I was around your age, there was a gate that opened on top of an unfinished city barrier. As one of the closest awakened on site, I was among the first responders. We held the nightmare creatures off while the construction crews were evacuating. Anyway, there was an explosion and I was thrown over the edge. Luckily, my arm got caught on some scaffolds. It hurt like hell, but at least I didn't fall all the way down to the ground and turn into a puddle."
Luster blinked a couple of times, then grinned.
"That's nothing. I actually had my entire right arm bitten off once. A giant stone worm somehow tunneled under the citadel I was anchored in, and then emerged from underground, swallowing the gateway in one go. Those of us who survived had to fight it off, but then got stuck on the pieces of rubble, surrounded by a swarm of smaller worms."
He paled a little.
"Smaller compared to the first one, of course. Each was at least 10 meters long. The only good thing about the bastards was that they could only move through the soil, so we were safe as long as we remained on top of big chunks of stone. We did so for a couple of weeks, but when our food and water were gone, we had to make a run for it. I killed an entire worm myself, but not before the damn thing gobbled up my arm."
Luster was fortunate that he had lost his limb in the dream realm. Although it must have caused a lot of damage to his physical body, he had not been crippled for life. The young man looked around and gave Belle a cocky smile.
"What about you? What's the worst you've been hurt, huh?"
The swordsman thought for a bit.
"Well, I guess it was a few years back. I was stationed at a remote research outpost all the way out there in the wilderness. We had a gate open nearby, and the entire facility ended up being overrun. I was pretty much the only one to survive, but the nightmare creatures were on my heels. I had no means to contact the HQ as well, and the nearest human settlement was 1,000 kilometers away."
An amused smile appeared on his face.
"It took me about a month to reach it on foot. The pursuing abominations were easy enough to deal with, but the air, suffice to say that by the end of it, I was constantly coughing up chunks of my lungs. That was the worst I have ever been hurt. Luckily, an ascended healer lent me a hand to help me recover."
A disturbed silence settled over the cohort. A few moments later, Dorn suddenly snorted.
"That reminds me of my solstice. The very first nightmare creature I stumbled upon managed to thoroughly crush both my legs. I had to drag myself through the mud for 2 entire weeks of slow, painful crawling to get to the nearest citadel. That was many years ago, of course, but no abomination has managed to do such a number on me ever since."
Since everyone seemed in the mood to boast about their battle scars, Quentin hesitated for a bit, and then decided to share a story as Tone.
"I was captured by a nightmare creature that looked like a giant spider once. It put me in an impenetrable cocoon and filled it with digestive fluid to turn me into an easily consumable slushy, as spiders do. The problem was, I was able to heal myself a little bit faster than the acid was dissolving me. Still, after several weeks of that, my patience grew thin."
Kim looked at him in horror.
How did you escape?"
The gallant man smiled.
"Well, While the acid was slowly corroding my body, I was slowly corroding the cocoon. It gave out before I did, fortunately. However, I failed to avenge the other victims and kill the spider. It is still out there, somewhere. I hope we'll meet again one day."
Kim looked down and then sighed.
I was actually never hurt too badly. There was this one time when my entire cohort contracted a strange plague, though. It was a really torturous disease, and it quickly spread to the entire citadel. Many people died in agony. Eventually, we found out that the plague was a manifestation of a bizarre terror. Once we did, a saint of the great clan's song arrived and somehow managed to destroy it. I, as well as those who were still alive, were spared.
Luster patted the young woman on the shoulder.
"You did well, Kimmy."
Then he looked at Sunny, hesitated for a few moments, and cautiously asked,
What about you, Captain? Have you ever been hurt real bad?"
Sunny scratched the back of his head.
"Oh, let me think. I had my rib cage crushed once, I guess. I was also disemboweled, poisoned, burned, and drowned. One time I was even burned and drowned at the same time."
Luster blinked.
"How could anyone be burned and drowned at the same time?"
Sunny gave him a lively smile.
"Easy. You just need to be drowned in molten metal. But the very worst physical wound I have ever received? Has to be getting beheaded, I guess. That one really stung. Honestly, I do not recommend getting decapitated if you can avoid it. It's really not worth it in most cases."
The 6 awakened were staring at him with strange expressions. Sunny cleared his throat.
"What? It truly isn't. Trust me, I should know."
The next day, the exodus of the 1st Evacuation Army from the Northern Quadrant finally started. Sunny and the other captains observed the mass of humans, machinery, and cargo containers flowing into the seemingly bottomless cargo holds of the 40 metal leviathans from the tall walls of the port fortress. None of the 6 spoke, consumed by somber thoughts. Master Jet remained silent as well. Behind them, the large encampment that had been bustling with activity just a few days ago was completely dismantled and gone. In front of them was the endless gray expanse of the sea and an uncertain future. Even though only a quarter of the entire evacuation contingent was sailing south from this port today, the scope of it all was truly immense. Looking at the fearsome ships and the flood of soldiers boarding them, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. It was easy to believe that nothing would be able to stop such a tremendous force. However, he knew better. After a while, Master Jet sighed.
All right, time for us to go. Regroup with your cohorts and proceed to your assigned ships. You know what to do if the convoy encounters a disaster on the way. Try your best to survive. Should the flagship go down, and I with it, follow the chain of command. Vandal is going to assume leadership over the company in my absence.
Master Randall glanced darkly at her and grimaced.
"Hopefully I won't need to."
Even though the convoy was going to be guided by the emissaries of the House of Night, it was not a given that all ships would reach Antarctica. Naval navigation was always dangerous, and most of the awakened and ascended of the First Army were all but useless in aquatic combat, including Sunny. Glancing at his colleagues one last time, he stepped through the shadows and appeared near a crowded dock. It was not hard to find the members of his cohort, since most people gave them a bit of space out of respect. Walking up to them, he put on a confident mask and asked in a relaxed tone,
"Are you ready?"
Everyone nodded except for Luster, who suddenly seemed concerned.
Actually, I've never been on a ship. I won't get seasick, right?
Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then shrugged.
You're an awakened, are you not? Awakened are supposed to be resilient to such things. So, we'll see, I guess.
Luster's face dropped. He lingered for a few moments and sighed.
Somehow I feel like you don't like me very much, Captain.
Sonny did not respond. However, Bell suddenly patted the young man on the shoulder.
Well, I for one am very happy that you're with us.
Luster beamed.
Really?
The swordsman gave him a friendly smile and nodded.
Sure, people like you are very valuable to have around. I mean, one look at you and it's clear that you are going to die first, which, therefore, means that it won't be me. I feel better already.
The young man glowered at him and scoffed.
Nah, don't joke like that, it's not funny.
Bell blinked a couple of times.
I wasn't joking.
Meanwhile, Sonny shook his head and turned away to hide a smile.
Enough talking, let's go.
Together they entered the long pier and moved toward the distant ship. The mass of people parted to let them through and then closed behind them like water. It felt a little surreal. Soon the solid steel mass of the battleship obscured the sky. Feeling its thick shadow embrace him, Sonny suddenly felt a little calmer. He glanced at the gray waves below, sighed, and stepped on the wide link span connecting the pier to the massive vessel. A few seconds later, the dark maw of the cargo hold swallowed him and his people. Once aboard the ship, the cohort split to perform several tasks. Kim, Luster, and Samara went to check on the supplies allocated to the cohort, including the modified Rhino, which had already been stored in a special cradle in one of the lesser cargo holds of the giant vessel for some time. Since they had no access to it prior to today, there was a multitude of checks and diagnostics they had to run. Bell, Dorn, and Quentin followed one of the ship's logistical officers to secure the living quarters for the cohort and get the lay of the land, while Sonny wandered off to the upper deck. There, he walked close to the edge and leaned on the tall handrail, looking down at the distant surface of the water. Images of the forgotten shore and the dark sea rose from the depths of his memory, making him shiver. As Sonny waited for the fleet to depart, his shadows explored the battleship. Even if he would not be too useful should a swarm of nightmare creatures or some colossal horror of the depths attack the convoy once in transit, he was still determined to memorize every nook and cranny of this giant steel coffin, just in case. The prospect of handing his life into the hands of strangers did not appeal to Sonny, to say the least. But he did not have a lot of choice. For the next 2 to 3 weeks, the crew of the battleship and the Nightwalkers in charge of the convoy were going to decide whether all of them lived or died.
Curses.
Sonny was suddenly very unhappy with the fact that he did not acquire any powerful swimming-related memories. Even if they could only give him an illusion of being safe, it would have been still better than nothing.
Maybe I should make it a priority once we reach Antarctica. I doubt that this is the last time I'll have to traverse vast amounts of water. Come to think of it, isn't it strange that I, of all people, have neglected seafaring so much? After spending so much time trying to escape the dark sea, even a complete fool would have learned to respect water.
But maybe that was the reason. On the Forgotten Shore, Sonny had grown very accustomed to equating depths to death. He had never considered the sea as anything else because of that. Slowly, the last stragglers of the first evacuation army boarded the metal leviathans. The gates of the cargo holds were closed, and the hatches were fastened. Massive chains rattled as the anchors were raised. The whole battleship beneath him vibrated as its mighty reactors came to life. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the convoy started to move. 40 mountains of alloy and steel sailed forward, their bows cutting the waves like giant blades. Thousands of people moved in their metal bellies, breathing life into the iron beasts. Sonny looked as the port fortress slowly grew smaller and smaller. Soon, the shore became veiled in a murky haze. The first evacuation army had left the northern quadrant. After a while, nothing surrounded the convoy but the vast expanse of rolling waves. The 40 colossal vessels moved in a narrow formation, with the fearsome flagship serving as the arrowhead of the expeditionary fleet. Hundreds of formidable cannons were aimed in all directions, their fields of fire overlapping to create a lethal exclusionary zone around the procession. Nevertheless, Sonny was not reassured. He stared at the undulating surface below for some time, a dark expression never leaving his face. Despite the grandiose magnitude of their passage, the convoy moved with a surprising measure of quietness. If not for the sound of water being displaced by the mighty bows and the splashing against the alloy armor, Sonny could have closed his eyes and imagined that there were no other ships around him. Wasn't it strange that he had felt much more comfortable aboard flying ships than these far more reliable seafaring vessels? He sighed, then activated his communicator and assessed the Maritime Safety Procedures Manual provided to each member of the First Army. In the past weeks, everyone had to study the sizable document and run a few exhausting drills to familiarize themselves with the strange rules of proper naval combat. Sonny had a better memory than most, so he practically learned the manual by heart. While its general structure was rather easy to understand and explained what passengers of the ships had to do if a ship or fleet-wide alert was issued, there were a lot of strange and seemingly esoteric rules included as well. For example, the manual had passages like, "If you start to experience recurring nightmares or experience persistent auditory hallucinations, report to the nearest Navy officer immediately." Or, "In case of the alert level being raised to condition black, cease all activity and motion. Do not produce any sounds, disturbances, or vibrations. Do not summon memories, and above all else, do not actively circulate soul essence." And so on. There were several alert levels, differentiated by their color. Condition black was among the highest and most dire, inferior only to condition red, which meant that the whole fleet had to prepare for an all-out battle. However, there were plenty of regulations that fell outside these established routines. Even though Sonny had no idea what most of these rules were supposed to prevent from happening, he felt a little bit calmer knowing them.
Ships move between the quadrants all the time. Hell, there are even some that constantly travel between West Antarctica and South America. There's no reason to worry so much.
He sighed, then shook his head dejectedly and decided to leave the upper deck. Whether Sonny liked it or not, he was going to have to spend the next several weeks at sea. Letting paranoia get the best of him would not do anyone any good. There was a lot for him to accomplish still, from checking up on the Rhino to finding out what kind of facilities would be available to the cohort during this dangerous cruise. and implementing changes to the training plan. Not to mention the fact that he had to continue upgrading and augmenting the memories of his soldiers. As he walked toward the nearest hatch, Sonny suddenly spotted a lone figure standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast expanse of water as he himself had been just a minute ago. The man was tall and wore a midnight blue coat that moved slightly in the wind. Beneath it was a black bodysuit, much like the one Sonny was wearing, but also slightly different. It was made out of a strange material and looked much more like a wetsuit than a garment meant to be worn under armor. Although the stranger stood some distance away, Sonny could somehow feel his presence all the way near the hatch. It was subdued, deep, and mysterious, tantalizing even. Sonny had no doubt that he was looking at another master. He hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged and decided to approach the unfamiliar ascended. As he did, the man turned around and glanced at Sonny with a wary gaze. He was around 30 years old, handsome, and with eyes of an unusual, beautiful indigo color. Strangely enough, his black hair also seemed to possess slight accents of dark blue, at least when exposed to direct sunlight. This close, the feeling of mystifying depth radiating from the stranger was more pronounced, as if most of him was hidden from sight. Sonny already had an idea of who he was looking at. He thought for a bit, and then simply said,
"Good day. I am Ascended Sunless of the First Awakened Irregular Company."
The man lingered for a moment, studying him. His indigo eyes seemed to be searching for something. Then, unexpectedly, a wide smile appeared on his handsome face. "Ah, I am Ascended Neve of the House of Night." He stared at Sonny with a strange expression for a few moments, then suddenly blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Sonny blinked a couple of times. Neve, meanwhile, laughed and waved his hand in the air a couple of times. Sorry. I didn't. It's just that my daughter's your biggest fan."
"What?"
Sonny exclaimed to himself. Utterly flabbergasted, Sonny stared at the scion of the famed Great Clan Knight while trying his best to appear calm and composed. Eventually, he shifted slightly and forced out a question.
"How old is your daughter, if I may ask?"
Neve smiled. "She's 5. A Song of Light and Darkness is her favorite movie. She must have watched it 100 times. The censored version, of course. She just adores your character. You're her idol. I really do apologize, Master Sunless. Please forgive my lack of decorum. I just got excited." The scion of the House of Night remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly produced a piece of synthetic paper and a pen from somewhere and offered them to Sonny. Sonny looked down with a deadpan expression and raised an eyebrow.
What am I supposed to do with these?"
Master Neve stared at him for a long, awkward moment. "Can I get an autograph, please? You know, to earn some points with my daughter." Sonny knew how to write, of course. That said, he certainly did not have a lot of experience writing by hand, let alone having a signature. Simply because people at large, and especially those in the outskirts, almost never used paper and pens to relay information. Why would they if everything was usually stored digitally? However, he was in a better position than most. Out there in the dream realm, many long-abandoned traditions had found a new life, so Sonny managed to scribble down his name on the piece of synthetic paper with at least some semblance of finesse. Handing it back to Master Neve of Night, he smiled awkwardly.
Here, I hope your daughter likes it.
The scion of the great clan received the piece of paper with gratitude and hid it in the pocket of his coat. Thank you very much. I am away a lot, so this will go a long way. The next time I see her, she will probably already be 6 and terribly peeved that I've been gone for so long. Coming back with a present is bound to help. He looked at Sunny with genuine mirth. Then a knowing spark gleamed in his strange indigo eyes. Neve gestured at the ocean and asked, You are not too comfortable on water, are you? Sunny lingered for a moment, then scoffed.
You must have seen the movie yourself. Is it really a surprise that I have a complicated relationship with the sea?
The handsome master smiled. Oh, yes. I haven't thought about that, sorry. Still, at least you are familiar with it. Most people just don't understand. He did not have to say what exactly it was that people failed to understand. For a moment, the two men shared a strange feeling of closeness. Both had known the unfathomable dread of the depths, which was a rare thing these days. Sunny sighed, then studied the massive silhouettes of the iron ships for a few moments and asked,
So what are our chances of making it to Antarctica alive?
Neve laughed. Well, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Sure, anything can happen, but this convoy is as safe as we can make it. He pointed to the especially fearsome dreadnought that moved in front of the fleet. There is a saint of the House of Night aboard the flagship. There are several night walkers such as I spread around the other ships. There is also at least one cohort of experienced awakened warriors of my clan on each vessel. We know what we are doing, so very few things can threaten the fleet. It will reach Antarctica, have no doubt. The scion of the great clan lingered for a moment, then added in a more somber tone, We will have to make the journey many times, bringing the refugees away and returning with reinforcements for the government army. Each of the 4 fleets was made to be nearly indestructible. Still, that doesn't mean that our passengers can relax. Keep your wits about you, Master Sunless, and do remember the rules formulated in the safety manual. We put them there for a reason. Sunny looked at the handsome man and smiled.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I have already memorized the whole thing, more or less. I may be lacking in many regards, but being unreasonably paranoid is not one of them.
Neve smiled. That is a truly remarkable trait to have. I wish more people were that unreasonable. Sunny chatted with the Nightwalker for a few more minutes before taking his leave. Master Neve had turned out to be unexpectedly friendly and pleasant to be around. He was not at all like the arrogant representatives of the other great legacy clans. By the end of their talk, Sunny felt a lot better about his current circumstances. He had also grown a bit fascinated with the House of Night. The third great clan had always been a mystery to him. Nightwalkers did not enjoy the patronage of a sovereign, but wielded an irreplaceable power. That unique advantage had carved a place for them at the very top of the human hierarchy. But what was that advantage exactly? After meeting a scion of the great clan Night in person, Sunny all but confirmed his suspicion. The feeling Neve gave him was somewhat similar to what he had experienced twice before. One time in the shrine at the 4th level of the Ebony Tower, the other time in the Great Hall of the Night Temple. Both were dedicated to Storm God, the deity of the depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. The aspects of the goddess of the black skies were all eerily related to the role the House of Night played in human society, and Sunny did not think that it was a coincidence. His previous guess seemed to have been correct. It was all but certain now that the founder of the great clan, an enigmatic awakened of the first generation known as Nightwalker, had inherited the lineage of Storm God and somehow shared its power with the rest of the House of Night.
So then, all 6 divine lineages are accounted for.
House of Night had inherited the lineage of Storm God. Immortal Flame had inherited the lineage of Sun God. Valor had inherited the lineage of War God. Song had most likely inherited the lineage of Beast God. That was clear from what he knew about Shan, the adopted daughter of Ki Song. Sunny had been meant to inherit the lineage of Shadow God, but it was devoured by Bloodweave. That only left the most elusive of the 6 deities, Heart God, and the most elusive of the sovereigns, Asterion. Of course, Sunny could be wrong. Ki Song might have been the heir of Heart God instead, while Asterion might have been the heir of Beast God, or lacked a lineage entirely. But what were the chances?
That is all great, but what the hell does it all mean?
What were divine lineages exactly? Did they have any purpose except for bestowing their wielders with additional power? Were they just chance remnants of ancient bloodlines, or something that had been left behind for a reason? More importantly, now that one of the 6 divine bloodlines had been hijacked by the forbidden lineage of a meddling daemon, how would that affect things? Sunny had no idea. Shaking his head, he descended into the metal depths of the giant battleship and reunited with his shadows, which had been exploring the vessel all that time.
One way or another, I will find out later. Right now, however, I should really go take a look at the Rhino.
Sunny hastened his steps and scowled.
After all the contribution points I sank into it, the damn thing better be good.
The vehicle stable of the battleship took up a whole lesser cargo hold. Calling it lesser, of course, did not do the space justice. It was a vast metal hall filled with all types of heavy machinery and bustling human activity. Feeling the floor sway slightly beneath him, Sunny walked along various cradles, each holding a powerful engine of war, until he reached the one assigned to his cohort. There, he finally saw the Rhino. Sunny remained motionless for a while, studying the formidable vehicle. The armored personnel carrier was angular and stocky, with heavy plates of composite alloy covering its solid frame. Its design was stout, sleek, and strangely predatory. The whole machine was almost the size of a train car, with 6 mighty wheels supporting its overbearing weight. Each massive wheel was as tall as a human and as tough as the alloy hull of the Rhino. A lot of engineering went into making the APC as mobile as possible. Not only were the wheels connected to an extremely robust suspension system, but they were also attached to a set of short, integrated limbs that could be extended from the frame of the vehicle to raise its profile and maneuverability. The APC also possessed powerful boosters that allowed it to sustain brief bursts of autonomous levitation, hop over short distances, or soften the blow of a landing from height. It could even move across water as an amphibious vessel, not that Sunny had any plans to do so. The feature that gave the Rhino its peculiar name was a massive steel wedge that was raised slightly above its wide snout. This plow could be lowered down to the ground, turning the APC into a semblance of a heavy siege ram. With this sharp catcher lowered, the alloy beast looked like it was capable of tearing through walls, piles of debris, natural obstacles, and the flesh of the nightmare creatures with equal ease. Sunny studied it with a dark sense of glee.
Well, all right. I have to admit it does look good.
He lowered his eyes and looked at Kim and Samara, who were busy inspecting the vehicle. He walked over to his technicians and asked in a neutral tone,
"So, what's the status?"
Samara glanced up from the screen of her communicator where a diagnostic program was displaying the results of a series of complicated tests. She offered him a small smile.
Everything seems to be in order, Captain. He's a real beast.
Kim affectionately patted the surface of the APC, which had been painted in a gray camouflage pattern.
This is a superb machine. Rhino is fast despite being burdened by heavy armor, highly maneuverable, and has exceedingly durable internals. With the expensive upgrades we procured, he had become nothing short of a beast indeed.
Sonny blinked a couple of times, coming to terms with the fact that his personnel carrier was apparently a he. Kim, meanwhile, shifted from foot to foot and said in a tentative tone,
Would you like to take a look inside, Captain?
Sonny looked at her nonchalantly and shrugged.
Sure. Of course I want to take a look inside. What kind of question is that?
He entered the Rhino through an open hatch, climbed a set of steep steps, and found himself in the interior of the massive vehicle. Everything there was Spartan, highly utilitarian, and designed with maximum durability in mind. It was clear that he was inside a military machine, and yet Sonny couldn't help but feel as though he was surrounded by pure luxury. Maybe it was because he knew how much all this seemingly unassuming equipment cost. The front of the Rhino was dedicated to a slightly raised pilot's cabin, where Luster was currently studying various control panels and switches with an excited expression. There was enough space in there for a couple of additional seats as well. The reinforced windshield was long and narrow, but offered almost a panoramic view of the surroundings. Of course, there were plenty of monitors displaying the feeds from various external cameras and sensors as well. The middle of the vehicle was dedicated to a modest living space. There was a small lounge area where the crew could rest and spend time together, a compact galley, and a partitioned hygiene compartment. 6 sleeping nooks were situated on the opposing walls. Sonny could already imagine the competition for who would get the bottom bunks. Of course, each of these bunks could actually function as a dedicated sleeping pod should the need arise. Behind the lounge area was a cargo hold that also served as the armory and integrated a high-tech engineering workstation. The engineering compartment itself was situated below the floor and ran the whole length of the vehicle. Finally, the very back of the Rhino was taken by the command and communications suite. There was a large holographic table, a powerful console connected to the antenna array of the APC, and a set of monitors that received the same input as the ones in the pilot's cabin. Most importantly, behind all that was an alcove where Sonny's own bed was situated, complete with a privacy partition and dedicated storage space. The mattress was the very best the 1st Evacuation Army could offer. He grinned, imagining how pleasant it would be to sleep on that thing.
This is actually better than what I have back home.
Such an addition was not simply to please the officers. As an Ascended, Sonny possessed an ability that his soldiers lacked. He did not have to travel to the dream realm every time he fell asleep. What it actually meant was that his soldiers were going to be utterly defenseless while they slept. Even if a swarm of nightmare creatures attacked the Rhino, they would not wake up. He was the only one who could guard the cohort no matter what happened. A staggered sleeping schedule was supposed to help with this problem to a degree, but Sonny had no illusions about how often he would get the opportunity to properly rest. This meant that on the rare occasions when he did get a chance to take a nap, he had to be as comfortable and efficient as possible. Sonny walked around the Rhino for a bit, trying to suppress a satisfied grin as he studied the layout. Eventually, he approached his personal alcove and sat down on the soft bed. There, he glanced at his shadows and smiled.
Not bad, huh?
The shadows stared at him silently. A few moments later, the happy one energetically raised both hands, showing him 2 thumbs. Sunny nodded.
Yes, indeed. I like it too.
Over the next few days, Sunny slowly grew somewhat accustomed to life aboard a giant floating metal coffin. Of course, the thought of being separated from the bottomless abyss of dark water by just a few layers of alloy was not too comforting, but at least he didn't think about it too much anymore. What helped Sunny the most was the fact that he was simply too busy to entertain frivolous thoughts. His schedule was packed to the limit. There was so much he had to do. Most of his days were still dedicated to trying to improve the level of cooperation between the members of the cohort. Now that they had left the Northern Quadrant, there was no spacious gymnasium for them to practice in. The Dreamscape pods were a thing of the past, too. Of course, there were some facilities available on the giant battleship, as well as the whole upper deck, but none of it was sufficient to put 6 elite awakened fighters through their paces. Still, there was a lot they could do to learn how to work well together. From low-intensity training to mental exercises and games, anything that could give the members of the cohort a glimpse into how their comrades thought and acted was a step in the right direction. Sunny's insights that he had gained thanks to Shadow Dance helped a lot as well. Slowly but surely, his soldiers were clicking together and learning how to fight side by side. Bel's swift and mercurial nature, Dorn's solid and calculated approach, Quinton's stalwart persistence, Samara's steadiness and deadly aim, Kim's mastery of sight and quiet competence, Luster's spirit and inexhaustible bravado, guided by Sunny. All of it was slowly melting together. The cohort had not reached the point where they could move as a single organism yet, but at least they were already able to reinforce each other's strengths while simultaneously covering each other's weaknesses. Sunny had gained a deeper understanding of their powers as well. For example, Bel's ability to sharpen his sword was more complicated than he had thought. As it turned out, the actual effect surrounded the blade with an incredibly thin, invisible displacement field instead of actually making the edge sharper. Kimmy could not only share visual perceptions between several people, but also mix and match them as the situation demanded. She could see the weaknesses of the enemy, but simply channeling her point of view to a fighter in the middle of a furious battle would have been too disorienting. Instead, she was able to transfer only the vision of the vulnerabilities, almost like a composite overlay that lightened the chosen spots up. Luster could speed up the soul essence recovery both for himself and his allies. Strangely enough, the better he knew a person, the more distance he could maintain between himself and the target while channeling the beneficial effect. If there was one flaw to his ability, it was that it did not seem to work on Sunny. As it turned out, Shadow Essence did not react to Luster's presence at all, which was a big disappointment, considering that Sunny had stripped himself of Serpent support to protect Rain.
Damnation! Why did I even recruit this fool?
Despite being upset, Sunny had to reluctantly admit that this was not a big issue. Luster's unique and useful ability would not have had a great effect on him anyway. The young awakened was not able to dramatically affect the much more potent essence of a master, let alone of an abnormal one who possessed 4 cores. When Sunny was not training his cohort, he was busy modifying their memories. The process was long, arduous, and complicated, but he was steadily making progress. He had imbued Bel's sword with a potent but passive sharpening effect of the enchanted straight razor. He had somehow managed to transfer the Feather of Truth enchantment of the Mantle of the Underworld to Dorn's sledgehammer. The latter was an especially incredible achievement, considering that the weave of the onyx armor was one of the most intricate and complicated he had ever seen. Even more impressive were the 6 charms that he had presented to the members of the cohort. Each carried an altered version of the single enchantment of the Memory of Ice, which was supposed to raise their resistance to cold. While the effect was much weaker than that of his charm, that was exactly what made this accomplishment so important. It was the first time Sunny succeeded in not only copying an enchantment, but also modifying it. While the memory of ice was more powerful, it was an ascended charm that devoured a lot of essence to sustain its effect. The version Sunny imbued into the 6 weaker charms was more modest, but also much less demanding. His awakened soldiers were going to be able to keep it active more or less permanently, unless their reserves were completely drained. If there was one thing that he had failed to do, it was turning Samara's destructive rifle into a memory. Sunny had really wanted to, but no matter how hard he tried, the high-tech weapon was just too intricate, complicated, and contained too many moving parts. There was a limit to what Sunny could achieve. The more complex the structure of the object was, the larger its size and mass, and the harder it was to integrate the rudimentary weave into it. Perhaps if he knew more, he would have known how to overcome this limitation. But as things stood, Sunny had to abandon this particular ambition. Oh well. His dreams of turning the rhino into a memory were utterly shattered. It had already been a week after the departure from the Northern Quadrant. Sunny was currently in his private cabin, sitting on the bed as he stared dejectedly at the heavy rifle. The battleship vibrated subtly around him, but its corridors were enveloped in silence. This far into the night, most members of the First Army were fast asleep. Sunny himself had not slept in a long while. Of course, as an Ascended, he could easily last a week without sleep. The problem was that it was already his 2nd week. Or was it 3rd? With a sigh, he put the heavy rifle aside and threw the unused soul shards into the maw of the covetous coffer.
To hell with it. I need some rest.
He yawned and put his head on a soft pillow. Suddenly, all the exhaustion of the past weeks descended upon him, making his thoughts slow and sluggish. A few moments later, Sunny was already asleep. And after what felt like a minute, he was rudely awakened by a loud and persistent sound. Irritated, he turned to his other side and tried to dive back into the rejuvenating darkness.
Bastards, quiet down!
But no matter how hard Sunny tried to continue to sleep, he couldn't. After a while, he sat up and listened to the noise with a resentful expression on his face. He could clearly hear several voices. By the sound of it, they all belonged to young women. And these women were... Sunny gritted his teeth.
Singing? Who the hell sings in the middle of the night? People are trying to sleep here, damn it!
Sunny sat silently on his bed for a while, irritated by the fact that someone had disturbed his sleep, with singing no less. Slowly, however, his expression softened.
Well, at least they have good voices. Yeah.
The young women sang beautifully. Their voices flowed and resonated with each other, creating harmonies that made him feel tingly. The song was neither sad nor happy. Instead, it made Sunny feel a deep, poignant longing. A wistful sigh escaped from his lips.
Maybe I should go introduce myself.
Since these beauties were having a party, surely they wouldn't mind some company. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then frowned. Slowly, he looked down and studied his shadows, which were silently trembling. His face darkened.
There is just this one problem.
How the hell was he able to hear the singing so clearly? His cabin was separated from other neighboring compartments by thick alloy bulkheads. The entrance hatch was securely fastened, isolating him from the rest of the battleship. No sound should have been able to penetrate inside so easily. Suddenly, an old memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. For some reason, Sunny remembered how the members of the cohort had sealed their eyes with wax before traversing the dark river below the hollow mountains.
Odysseus.
His frown turned into a deep scowl. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the undying chain. As the lusterless bleak steel of the slender armor weaved itself from light and encased his body, his thoughts seemed to have turned a little clearer. The chains of longing enchantment provided the wearer with a high amount of protection against mind attacks. However, contrary to his expectation, the beautiful singing was not affected at all. Sonny could still hear it. He still felt moved by the alluring voices.
Wait, what language are they singing in?
Strangely, Sonny found himself unable to understand the words of the melodious song. Even stranger, he had somehow failed to notice that fact earlier. The words of the unknown language seemed to seep straight into his mind unobstructed. They echoed and resonated with each other there, making him feel a bit weird. However, their influence was not invasive or harmful. Instead, it was rather pleasant. Sonny blinked.
I'm hearing voices.
Then he tilted his head a little.
Does hearing voices constitute an auditory hallucination?
Wasn't there a rule concerning exactly these circumstances in the safety manual? Right. He was supposed to immediately inform the nearest Navy officer in case something like that happened. Sonny sighed, then stood up. No matter how much his heart desired to meet the beautiful singers, there was no way he was going to follow the call of their soothing song. There was already someone who was aggravatingly adept at tugging on his heartstrings. His heart was all but overcrowded. Sonny left the cabin and went to find an officer to report his hallucinations to. After a few steps, his foot suddenly made a splash, as if it landed into a shallow puddle. Looking down, Sonny saw a thin layer of clear water covering the floor of the passage ahead of him. His scowl deepened. It was still night, so the passageways of the colossal battleship were mostly empty. Of course, activity never ceased on a vessel of this size. The crew slept in shifts to make sure that a complete complement of sailors and specialists always tended to its internal systems and manned the posts. One such post was right ahead, behind a corner. There was not a soul around, and the thin layer of water made Sonny feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he sent one of his shadows to take a look. To his relief, the security checkpoint seemed in perfect order. A junior officer in a blue uniform was standing near the wall, studying the panel mounted on it, or maybe simply staring at the wall in boredom.
Does he not see all that water?
Or was the water a hallucination as well? Sonny gritted his teeth, then walked forward and approached the security checkpoint.
Excuse me.
The officer turned around and looked at him without any particular expression. Yes? The man was seemingly in his early 30s, with pale skin and dark, slicked-back hair. There was nothing particularly memorable about him, except for how still his face seemed to be. Sonny sighed, and then said awkwardly,
The safety manual says to inform the nearest officer if I hear voices. Well, I do hear them. So...
The impassive man suddenly became more lively. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. Oh? What do you hear? Sonny rubbed his face.
Singing. I hear beautiful singing.
The officer stared at him for a few moments, then nodded. I see. In that case, please follow me to the upper deck. Sonny shifted his weight to take a step forward, but then lingered for a moment and leaned slightly to the side instead. Glancing behind the naval officer, he took a short glance at the man's shadow. The shadow appeared exactly how it was supposed to appear. It swayed slightly on the surface of the water, staring at Sonny as shadows often did. Nevertheless, he felt very disturbed for some reason. His intuition was not exactly ringing an alarm, but it had become strangely alert. Sonny looked back at the officer.
Why the upper deck?
The man smiled. Please, follow me to the upper deck.
Something is wrong.
Sonny frowned, trying to understand what was making him uncomfortable. Was it the Navy officer's unblinking stare? Unblinking. Yes. The man wearing the uniform of a junior officer had not blinked once since they started talking. Sonny stared at him for a few moments and then took a tentative step back.
I'd rather not.
The polite smile slowly disappeared from the officer's pale face. His dark eyes turned a little hollow.
Oh.
As Sonny backed away under the man's glossy stare, his communicator suddenly vibrated and let out a sharp sound. The Navy officer did not seem to react to it at all. Sonny, on the other hand, recognized the sound immediately.
Crap.
In the next moment, the lights in the passageway blinked in a specific pattern and simultaneously went out, submerging it in utter darkness. The battleship vibrated intensely for a split second and then went still as its reactors were shut down. Absolute silence enveloped the mighty vessel. Condition Black had gone into effect. As the lights went out and the reactors of the colossal vessel grew quiet, Sonny froze. His shadow sense extended outward as he sensed other people doing the same. Condition Black meant that the fleet was on the cusp of dire danger. After the alert was issued, every member of the First Army aboard the 40 ships had to cease all activity. They weren't supposed to make any noises or movements. They were not even allowed to agitate their essence in any way. The problem was, the strange Navy officer was still mere meters away from Sonny. He, too, stood motionlessly in the darkness. His head was lowered so Sonny could not see the man's face. He could only hear his breathing. It sounded wet.
Don't do it. Don't.
Suddenly, the man's shoulders twitched. Frozen a few steps away, Sonny gritted his teeth.
Curse it all.
The officer swayed slightly and then took a step forward. The water covering the floor parted, allowing him to move without making any sound. The air grew colder. A resentful expression appeared on Sonny's face.
Don't move. Don't make any noise. Don't circulate essence. Don't summon memories.
What was he supposed to do? Break the regulations of Condition Black and risk putting the fleet under threat? Or remain still and allow the officer, or whatever it was pretending to be one, approach him? Sonny could not summon any weapons or use his stronger aspect abilities. Simply backing away was against the rules.
Damnation.
The man, meanwhile, took another step. Now, only a couple of meters separated them. Sonny tensed.
To hell with this.
The moment the bastard tried to make a sudden movement, he would learn not to mess with the master. High alert or not, Sonny was not going to let the creepy thing touch him. The singing voices suddenly grew louder. He even thought that he started to understand the meaning of some of the words of their beautiful song. The man took another step towards Sonny and suddenly disappeared. For a few moments, he was surrounded by nothing but darkness.
Where?
And then the water quietly splashed right behind him.
What?
His shadows did not see anything. Before Sonny could turn around, something flew through the passageway and collided with an invisible object behind him, producing a blinding flash of light. He was thrown off his feet and landed on the wet floor in a roll. Almost at the same time, the rising voices abruptly disappeared and the battleship trembled as its reactors came back online. The lamps in the corridor ignited, drowning it in light. Jumping back to his feet as the cruel sight was manifesting itself into reality in his hand, Sonny looked ahead and saw a familiar figure pressing something dark and slithering into a metal bulkhead. Master Neve had lost his midnight blue coat somewhere and was now wearing only his black wetsuit. There was a strange bone knife in his hand. Impaled on that knife was... Before Sonny could make sense of what the creature looked like, it suddenly lost its shape and turned into a formless mass of black water, which then fell to the floor and formed a puddle. Neve's indigo eyes shone with dark light as he turned his head.
Master Sunless, are you all right?
Sonny cautiously nodded.
What the hell was that thing?
The scion of the Great Night Clan opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the battleship around them shuddered, and a muffled thunder sounded somewhere in the distance. The main railgun was firing. Neve shook his head.
No time right now. Check on your cohort.
With that, the handsome man seemed to disappear. A moment later, the lamps illuminating the passageway blinked and changed their color to ominous red.
Condition red. All-out battle.
Sonny flinched and then hurriedly used his communicator to send his soldiers an order to gather near the Rhino. Before he joined them, however, he hesitated for a moment and then stepped through the shadows, appearing in a secluded spot on the upper deck. It took him a moment to comprehend what was going on. The night was suddenly obliterated by hundreds of bright flashes as hundreds of cannons roared, discharging an endless rain of steel and tungsten rounds into the ocean. A large section of it had changed color at some point, becoming absolutely black. Although the force of the wind had not increased, the black waves seemed taller and more violent than those rolling far away. They reached toward the ships like the fingers of an unknown monster. In an especially blinding flash, the main cannon of the flagship of the naval convoy fired, causing countless tons of the black water to be displaced and rise high into the sky like a colossal pillar. A second later, the thunderous roar of its discharge reached Sonny and made him grimace. The scope of the heavy bombardment was truly mind-boggling. However, it did not seem to do much except slow down the churning black water a little. As Sonny watched, he noticed human figures diving into the waves from the tall decks of the ships. They were the cohorts of Awakened that the House of Night had stationed on the 40 ships. Although the flagship was situated at a considerable distance from where Sonny stood, he still noticed a lonely figure jumping into the ocean from its towering bow. For some reason, that diver in particular demanded attention. A moment before the figure hit the waves, it shimmered slightly. Then, something massive and ferocious dove under the water. A giant black fin cut the waves before disappearing into the depths. The Saint Guardian of the convoy had joined the battle. Sonny stood among the thunderous roars of the firing cannons and stared at the rolling black waves, awed and dismayed. Slowly, a grim expression appeared on his face.
There is no place for me in a battle like this. None at all.
What could an ant like him do when it seemed like heaven itself went to war against the ocean? His eyes gleamed in the darkness.
Not yet, at least.
With that thought, he swallowed the bitter feeling of powerlessness and disappeared into the shadows, leaving to join his soldiers. Tonight, all they could do was stick close together and hope to live until morning. The vehicle stable of the battleship was quiet and tense. Hundreds of people were moving with somber haste as they secured various tools and pieces of machinery. Thankfully, most of the vehicles were safely fastened in their cradles. As Sonny stepped out of the shadows, he had to make way for a lumbering loader that thundered past, carrying a half-disassembled bulk of a massive engine. All around them, the colossal vessel was trembling as its cannon continued to fire without stopping. Muffled sound of heavy ordnance sliding into the feeding mechanisms spreading through the deck from time to time. An especially loud noise announced that a powerful torpedo or salvo of ballistic missiles were launched from their nests. Sonny was not the only person who felt a grim sense of powerlessness as the titanic battle continued to unfold in this nameless patch of the deep, dark ocean. While the crews of the battleships and the Awakened serving the House of Night were locked in a furious fight with whatever ancient horror it was that had attacked the convoy, the 100,000 soldiers of the First Army had nothing to do but wait and beg the dead gods for salvation. He was better off than most, at least. Sonny had left one of his shadows on the upper deck to observe the battle, even though it could only see the turbulent surface of the seething water and not the true confrontation that was taking place deep beneath. There was some relief in knowing what was going on. The rest did not enjoy such a privilege. They could only infer what was happening beyond the metal confines of the vehicle stable by paying attention to the sounds and vibrations spreading throughout the ship. Occasionally, a loud and startling bang would roll through the massive compartment, indicating that something had collided against the hull of the vessel from the outside. Full of dark thoughts, Sonny walked toward the cradle holding the Rhino. Many people threw furtive glances at the passing master, hoping to find comfort and reassurance in his authority. Noticing that, he made an effort to hide his unease and project an image of absolute confidence. It seemed to have worked, calming the people down a little.
Poor fools. What can I do that they can't?
Reaching the Rhino, Sonny saw 4 Awakened standing near it, with reserved expressions on their faces. Dorn, Quentin, Kim, Luster. He frowned.
Where are Bell and Samara?
Quentin straightened a little when he saw a superior approaching.
They are in the Dream Realm, Captain. We've already secured their bodies in the sleeping pods inside the Rhino.
Sonny sighed. Well, it was not outside the expectations. In fact, Sonny had lucked out considering that only 2 of his subordinates had happened to be asleep when the battle started.
At least everyone is alive.
Sonny had almost expected to find Luster missing. The dolt was exactly the kind of guy to be lured to his death by a vision of young beauties singing sweet songs. He stared at the young man, who shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and then turned to the Rhino. The armored APC was, theoretically, seaworthy, so it was going to be their last hope, in case the battleship went down. Getting the massive machine out of the vehicle stable was a tall task, of course. In fact, Sonny doubted that it was possible at all. He glanced at the sealed blast doors of the giant compartment, then at the solid alloy bulkheads. Would he be able to tear through the hull of the ship should the need arise? After thinking for a few moments, Sonny judged that he stood a good chance of breaching the heavy armor of the colossal vessel, provided that he used his most powerful memories and had enough time. However, there was a big difference between creating an opening that a person could squeeze through and one that a vehicle the size of the Rhino could. Things would have been different if Nephis were here with her flames and the shadows resonating with each other and augmenting Sonny. He could have ripped through the thick armor plates with ease. Better yet, Changing Star could have simply melted a hole through the side of the battleship. But she wasn't here. There was also a mass of black water outside. Why was he even entertaining these thoughts? Sonny sighed and shook his head.
Get comfortable. This will probably take a while.
His soldiers obeyed, sitting down on crates or leaning against the side of the Rhino. However, none of the 4 looked particularly at ease. Luster lingered for a moment and then asked in a cautious tone,
Captain? Sorry, but what exactly is going on?
Sonny shrugged.
Something big and scary is trying to take a bite out of the convoy. What else? Don't worry too much. House of Night probably has things under control. I personally saw their saint joining the battle.
Despite the precarious situation, Luster's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement.
Really? Wow. I hope I can see a saint fight one day.
Sonny's face turned bleak as he threw a dark glance at the young man.
Be careful what you wish for, fool. If you are ever close enough to see the Saints fight, then something has definitely gone horribly wrong. Believe me, I should know.
Lester opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, something collided against the hull of the ship again, making him flinch and lose his train of thought. Despite the fact that these loud bangs had been occasionally resounding across the vehicle stable for some time now, each was still extremely jarring. People trapped in the vast compartment could not treat them with indifference, no matter how much they might have wished to. Still, slowly but surely, they were growing accustomed to the startling noise of the collisions. Sonny scowled. That last one was different. He slowly turned around and stared at a certain spot on the opposite wall of the stable. Was Sonny imagining it? Or did the bulkhead look a little deformed? Before he could finish the thought, something collided against the ship once again, and the alloy wall visibly bent inward.
Crap.
As hundreds of petrified people watched in fear, one of the sections of the giant compartment's outer wall bent slightly. An ugly deformity appeared on it, and as the echo of the loud and jarring bang died down, they heard the sounds of water rushing into the narrow gaps between the different layers of the battleship's armored hull. A dark expression appeared on Sonny's face. His fingers twitched, and then he turned his head slightly.
On your feet, soldiers.
Dorn, Quentin, Kim, and Luster rose, ready for battle. However, there was a subtle sense of hesitation hiding behind their masks of professionalism and composure. As elites of the government forces, they knew how to fight against nightmare creatures, other awakened, and horrors of all kinds. But how were they supposed to fight the ocean? A moment later, something crashed into the side of the ship with a thunderous bang once again, making the indentation in the bulkhead of the vehicle stable grow more pronounced. People who were closest to it shuddered and backed away. Some turned around and ran. Soon, the space around the damaged section of the wall became completely empty. Everyone in the large compartment had moved as far away from it as they could, pressing against the opposite wall and staring at the massive deformity. A second passed in utter silence, then another, then one more. All that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. Someone cursed in a stifle. As several people yelped, the wall bent inward even more, its misshapen portion growing in size and reaching slightly deeper into the vehicle stable. A loud, deep groan of contorting metal rolled through the air, reverberating in their very bones.
Captain?
Kim paled as she stared at the deformed bulkhead. Sonny felt her aspect ability brushing against his mind, and then his perception of the world changed. Everything was largely the same, but the damaged wall became tinted by several subdued colors. It was as if a mad painter had vandalized it with an unsteady brush. Most of the wall remained metal gray, but closer to the massive dent, the armored alloy turned anxious orange and pale red. A small patch of red was vibrant and vivid instead. Sonny gritted his teeth. 3 consecutive strikes crashed into the outer hull, exacerbating the damage and making the wall bend even more. People screamed and tried to get even further away from it, but there was simply nowhere for them to go. Some eyed the exit from the vehicle stable, while some stared at the contorted bulkhead, frozen still. Somehow, it still held. The metal groaned once more, but endured. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds. Then, another blow crashed into the damaged section of the hull, and the wall bent a little more. As it did, a thin crack appeared right where the alloy had been painted vibrant red. A single drop of black water seeped through the crack and rolled down. Hundreds of people watched the drop with horror written on their faces. Before the next strike tore the hull open, however, a tide of shadows suddenly rose and rushed toward the deformed wall as a wave. Converging on the damaged section, the wave splattered across its surface and then somehow solidified, turning into an improvised brace. Sonny grunted, feeling the strain of keeping such a heavy mass of shadows tangible. It was well within his limit, though plugging the leak was the only thing he had to do. The problem was that the crashing blows against the dented bulkhead did not stop coming. One after another, they impacted against it, sending tremors running through the entire vehicle stable. Sonny had to keep exerting opposite pressure to keep the wall intact. It was as if he was trying to brace a castle gate as a heavy ram was pounding on it from the other side. Keeping shadows tangible was hard, but forcing them to continuously press forward with that much force was even harder. Clenching his fists, Sonny looked at his subordinates and said in a strained voice,
Dorn, help me push the brace against the bulkhead. Quentin, try to use your aspect to repair the cracks. Luster, keep Dorn and Quentin supplied with essence. Transfer your own to them if one or both come close to running out.
Then, he turned to the rest of the humans gathered in the vehicle stable and barked,
What are you staring at? Make yourselves useful, fools! Those of you who are awakened with useful aspects, help if you can. Those of you who are mundane, there are literally tons of equipment and handy machinery in this damn compartment. Even a complete idiot can find a way to reinforce the hull with all that gear, so get to work!
The people stared at him for a split second. Then, Dorn and Quentin dashed toward the shadow brace. This prompted the others to start moving as well. Another bang rolled through the spacious compartment, but no one paid any attention. Now that Sonny broke the veil of fear that had paralyzed the members of the First Army, everyone got busy making sure that the bulkheads held. With the mass of shadows reinforcing the most damaged section, it was not too hard for them to make sure that several smaller dents that soon appeared elsewhere never broke. The immediate crisis passed. The people in the vehicle stable survived. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if they would be able to continue staying alive in the coming hours. They did. After what felt like an eternity of intense and terrifying struggle, the battle outside finally started showing signs of slowing down. Sonny, who was slowly growing concerned about his reserves of essence, let out a sigh of relief. Through his shadow on the upper deck, he could see that the fleet had escaped from the vast blotch of black water that marred the surface of the ocean. The cannons were slowly ceasing their bombardment, and the crews of the battleships had already started evaluating the damage. A giant shape rose from the depths and broke the surface of the water as it jumped into the air. Sonny saw a glimpse of a creature that resembled a monstrous killer whale, with its black and white hide torn and showing many signs of an intense confrontation against an unknown and ferocious enemy. Then, it shimmered and turned into a tiny silhouette of a human, who then tiredly climbed onto the deck of the flagship and disappeared. More human figures emerged from the water and returned aboard the ships of the convoy. Master Neve was among them. The handsome man climbed onto the deck not too far away from where Sonny's shadow was hiding, and sat down with an exhausted expression. Drops of water were falling from his black hair. His wetsuit appeared more ragged than it had been when they first met, but the scion of the House of Night did not seem to bear any serious wounds. Soon, his indigo eyes shined as they reflected the first rays of sunshine that broke through the eastern horizon. A new day had come. The fearsome battle was over. In the end, none of the 40 colossal ships had been lost. Some received moderate damage to their hulls, but the high compartmentalization and the rugged engineering of the war vessels prevented them from going down. As the fleet escaped the vast blot of black water, it continued moving south without ever slowing down. In fact, the reactors were sent into a controlled overload to enhance the speed of the convoy even further and quickly increase the distance between it and the latent danger. As the battered ships cut the waves, thousands of crewmates were assigned to repair brigades that started patching up the torn sections of the hulls. None of them paid any attention to the fact that the fleet was still in transit, hinting that this precarious type of work was not new to them. The rows of cannons were checked and reloaded. New missiles and torpedoes were slotted into the empty nests. The wounded were moved to infirmaries, and the dead were given burials at sea. Despite the frightening scope of the battle, not too many humans had lost their lives. Things could have been different if the Awakened of the House of Night had not acted so swiftly. A few days later, Sonny was resting in the officer's lounge of the scarred battleship as he chatted with Master Neve. Since there was no other Ascended stationed on the vessel, the two sometimes kept each other company.
So anyway, the giant just whacked the creepy skull with this hammer. Boom! Let me tell you, at that moment, I was glad that my pants were already wet. I don't know if that thing died or not, but it didn't bother us after that.
The scion of the great clan looked at him with an amused expression.
The Dark Sea of the Forgotten Shore has to be a great titan then at least.
Sonny shrugged.
That is what I think as well, but who can say for sure? That whole place is weird.
He hesitated for a moment and then asked,
Do you think that it is connected to the Black Water? What is that thing anyway?
Neve's expression dimmed a little.
Well, no one really knows. We've stumbled on the Black Water many times, both in the real world and in the dream realm. It is one of the more prominent hazards in the Storm Sea. Some think that it is a type of nightmare creature, and some think that it is a powerful terror that had been torn into numerous pieces thousands of years ago. Some even think that it is the blood of an ancient long-dead titan.
He shook his head and sighed.
In any case, everyone agrees that it is best to avoid it. The Black Water is not really sentient, so hiding from it is not too hard. It's just that this convoy is too damn large. There are too many souls, too many awakened. Their scent attracted it, as well as all the abominations that dwell within it. Luckily, most of them were not too powerful. This time.
The handsome master thought for a bit.
I don't think that the Black Water is the same as the Dark Sea of the Forgotten Shore, though. They seem similar on the surface, but that sea of yours is much more vast and powerful. It is a miracle that you and your friends managed to seal it as mere sleepers.
Sonny glanced at Neve with a somber expression.
It was not a miracle. Countless thousands of young men and women had died on the Forgotten Shore across 2 decades to uncover the secrets that eventually allowed us to seal the Dark Sea. Many of them would have been pillars of humanity by now, if they had survived. We just finished what they had started.
The First Lord and his cohort, the members of the Dream Army, even Gunlog and his lieutenants. If not for their contributions, Nephis and Sonny would have never been able to lay siege to the Crimson Spire and conquer it. The scion of the House of Night sighed.
Most problems can be solved if you throw enough bodies at them. Hopefully the Antarctica campaign will be different.
It had to be, considering that no amount of bodies would have been enough to bury a problem of that magnitude. Sonny grimaced.
How long before we reach it anyway?
Neve shifted slightly and smiled.
Conditions are good. If all goes well, a week at most.
Then he leaned forward and added,
Oh, by the way, I just received the news. The government is going to be announcing the voluntary mobilization in the next couple of days. The second evacuation army will already be starting to form by the time you guys make landfall.
Sonny gave him a dubious look.
That's great. I doubt it will arrive to reinforce us anytime soon, though. Things like that take a lot of time, not to mention that the best and the brightest that the government has to offer are already aboard these ships. With the legacy clans remaining on the sidelines, the reinforcements are not going to change much.
The Night Walker shrugged.
I wouldn't be so sure that the legacy clans won't join the fun.
Sunny frowned.
I've been told that neither Song nor Valor are interested in participating in the campaign, and while you guys are helping out, the House of Night is not going to send its land troops either.
Neve lingered for a moment.
My clan is most useful at sea. As for the other two, indeed they have only sent token forces to the First Army. They are acting reluctant for now.
He shook his head.
However, don't let their act fool you. The legacies are definitely going to join the fight. They might not come in the first wave or even the second, but they will come.
Sunny looked at him unconvinced.
What makes you say that?
The handsome master simply smiled.
Have you ever met a legacy that could resist joining a glorious fight?
He leaned back and let out a laugh.
Especially when there are countless treasures, advancements, and spoils of all kinds to be made in the fight.
Sunny's expression darkened. Legacies were known to pursue power and opportunity indeed. If the two remaining great clans did really join the Antarctica campaign, the army would be relieved of a large part of its burden. However, with what he knew about the conflict between Song and Valor, would they be joining the struggle against the Chain of Nightmares to help humanity? Or would they be joining it simply because Antarctica could become the most convenient battlefield for their own private war? As the naval convoy moved closer and closer to Antarctica, Sunny had to accelerate his attempts to weave new and better enchantments into the memories of his soldiers. Although his rudimentary knowledge of sorcery was not nearly enough to create something truly powerful, he did manage to comprehensively upgrade the cohort's arsenal. Even if the modifications he had made were mostly modest, they were all targeted and suited the tasks facing the First Irregular Company. While Sunny failed to make the memories considerably stronger, he succeeded in tailoring them to the situation and, more importantly, to their users. This was already enough. Now, many of the memories that his subordinates wielded looked rather peculiar to his eyes. If he were to touch them and peer deep inside, he would see strange weaves that combined the usual strings of ethereal light with the lightless threads made of shadow essence. The sight reminded Sunny of himself and Nephis. And speaking of changing star, a few days before the fleet reached Antarctica, the world was shaken by an emergency announcement transmitted by the government. Of course, the propaganda machine managed to present the approaching cataclysm in an easily digestible and inspiring light. It was almost as if the Chain of Nightmares was going to be a glorious stage for heroism, valiance, and human triumph instead of a bloody, unmitigated disaster. However, no matter how hard the government tried, people weren't that easy to fool. Although nothing much changed for the soldiers of the First Evacuation Army, Sunny was sure that a wave of panic was spreading through the rest of the world. The population centers of the Southern Quadrant were, of course, hit the worst. He could not even imagine what the people living there were going through. But other continents had to be consumed by fear as well. If something like that could happen in Antarctica, then it could happen anywhere else. The infrastructure was bound to come under terrible strain when hundreds of millions of refugees from the besieged continent arrived, if they could even be saved. What if the evacuation failed? How did people living in South America feel knowing that they would soon be cut off from the rest of humanity? No one was left unaffected by the shocking news. Nephis and the rest of the cohort had to have seen the announcement as well. Knowing that the next few weeks were going to be extremely turbulent, Sunny retreated into his cabin, spent some time establishing a new tether, and then closed his eyes. It took him several minutes of intense concentration to grasp the elusive sensation of the Dream Realm anchor. Then, he circulated his essence in a swift, complicated pattern and disappeared. The cabin was suddenly silent and empty. All that remained was a slight, eerie feeling of coldness that permeated the air. The ivory tower did not change much in the many months since Sonny last visited his current citadel, at least on the outside. Well, what did he expect? The Great Pagoda remained the same for thousands of years, so why would it suddenly change now? The Firekeepers might have made it their home, but they were hardly capable of reshaping the ancient structure. The island itself, however, looked a bit different. To his surprise, Sonny noticed a large garden surrounded by a neat wooden fence. Inside, various vegetables were growing in the soil. There were also several other structures here and there, all built of wood. Some seemed like they were meant for training, and some resembled simple barns. They all looked rather harmonious.
That's probably Kor's and Shakti's handiwork.
The two members of Cassia's former cohort had used to be artisans in the Bright Castle. One was an awakened carpenter, the other Keto's disciple with an aspect related to plants. The Ivory Island looked much more inhabited now. More than that, a familiar ship rested on the surface of the lake. Despite thousands of years that had passed since its former captain disappeared, the flying vessel remained much the same. Sonny sighed. He had been rather taken by the Rhino, but now, looking at the graceful lines of the ancient ship's hull, he couldn't help but feel that the armored APC was rather small and shabby.
Whatever. It has better plumbing anyway. That's what really matters.
Somewhat vindicated, Sonny allowed himself to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the beautiful island for a few moments, and then headed toward the tower. As he did, a thundering voice boomed behind him.
Sonny!
He slowed down and then cautiously turned around. Effie was traversing the green meadow with long strides. Her eyes were burning with intense emotion.
Uh-oh.
A second before the huntress reached him, a swift shadow flew across the grass, and Kai suddenly landed on the ground. The archer seemed concerned.
Sonny.
Effie growled, interrupting him.
What the hell, Sonny? Antarctica? That was your big secret? You up and left to go to war without telling us?
Sonny stared at them for a few moments, and then cleared his throat.
Actually, it's Captain Sunless to you citizens. Please maintain some decorum.
Effie's eye twitched. Before the huntress did something that one or both of them would regret, Sonny raised his arms.
All right. Yeah, I am currently in the Southern Quadrant. It wasn't my secret to tell, okay? The government is very particular about classified information, you know?
He lingered for a moment, and then added,
Besides, it's not like you can't join me. The Second Army would be very glad to get its hands on two renowned masters. The life of service is not for the faint of heart, of course, but the benefits are to die for.
The huntress stared at him in stunned silence. Finally, she palmed her face and said,
Doofus, no. Sorry, Captain Doofus. Are you giving us the recruitment speech?
Sonny looked her up and down and grinned.
Well, not really. However, I do think that the uniform would suit you very much.
For a few moments, there was an awkward silence between the three of them. Eventually, Sonny sighed.
Listen, it is what it is. I have my own reasons to join the campaign in the Southern Quadrant. Both of you are smart enough to realize that the picture painted by the government is far removed from the truth. The truth is that Antarctica is going to be a disaster. And no one, not even masters like us, can guarantee their survival. So you have to decide for yourself.
He looked at Effie and Kai with a heavy expression and added,
If you decide to join the Second Army, do it for a good reason. Do it for yourself, your desires, your principles. Point is, whatever you do, definitely don't do it for me. Chances are that we won't meet even if you ship to Antarctica. It's a big place, you know?
His friends stared at him with unreadable expressions. A few moments later, Kai shook his head with a subtle smile.
Thank you very much for caring, Sonny, but you don't have to remind us. Really. We both have good heads on our shoulders. We are more than qualified to make prudent decisions.
Effie nodded.
Exactly. If anyone should be giving sage advice here, it's us. We're older than you. And also, it's pointless anyway, because we have already enlisted.
Sonny blinked.
You... what?
The huntress grinned and patted him on the shoulder.
What? Do you think we would miss our chance to fight an apocalyptic horde of nightmare creatures? Dream on, buddy. Both Kai and I were among the first ones to submit our applications to the recruitment bureau.
He stared at her for a second, then rubbed his temples.
Wait, you did? Why?
Effie and Kai glanced at each other and shrugged. The archer was the first one to respond.
Because there are hundreds of millions of people that need help. Is this not reason enough?
The huntress shook her head.
Because I am a warrior. When an enemy invades your home, you don't hide. You go to war and kick the enemy's butt. We humans need to protect what's ours. If we can't even do that much, then we won't be humans for much longer. We'll just be food.
Sonny studied their faces, then scratched the back of his head.
Well, all right. I guess that makes sense. Welcome aboard, then. With your power and abilities, the Second Army is probably salivating over your applications right now. Chances are you guys are going to outrank me very soon. Prudent decisions, huh? Doubtful.
As they walked toward the ivory tower, he shared some details about the operation with them, including the disposition of human forces, the intended phases of the campaign, and his own role as a captain of the First Irregular Company. As he did, both Effie and Kai grew a little pensive.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the government can actually pull it off. Even if we maintain control over the evacuation centers, repelling the siege of nightmare creatures for months won't be easy. It would be a miracle if we held out for a year. But can the fleets even evacuate everyone in a year?
Sonny hesitated for a moment, then tentatively nodded.
That is the plan. The ships are massive. The naval convoy I'm currently at is carrying 100,000 soldiers. But that is only because most of the space is taken by the war machines, supplies, and all the logistical stuff needed to support a massive army. On its way back, the same convoy can carry millions upon millions of refugees. There are more convoys than that one, too. So, a year is not an unrealistic goal. Actually, it's more than most projections suggest.
His face grew darker.
However, that is only if the convoys don't meet obstacles of their own. So, who can say? I doubt that these projections will survive colliding against reality.
Kai sighed.
It seems that the Second Army won't be ready to deploy anytime soon. By the time we arrive in Antarctica, the situation might be entirely out of control. Many things can go wrong in a few months.
Sonny shared the same sentiment.
For what it's worth, I don't expect the worst to happen before you guys have the chance to experience it personally. The chain of nightmares is going to be ramping up as time goes on as well. So, you'll have plenty of opportunities to live through the truly terrible parts.
They entered the ivory tower where Hope had once been imprisoned. As always, Sunny felt a subtle shiver run through his body and soul when he saw the great hall where he had faced the ineffable Damon. Now, Hope's former prison cell served as the heart of the human citadel. The 7 broken chains lay on the ground, forming the wide borders of the circle that served as the gateway. Myriads of runes glowed softly on their surface. The firekeepers made their home on the upper levels of the great pagoda, so the first level was mostly empty. Only a couple of them were here, busy with chores. Noticing Sunny, they greeted him with excited smiles.
Weirdos.
Sunny waved at them, then turned to Effie and Kai.
By the way, where's Nephis? Has she arrived?
Getting Changing Star to the Ivory Tower was a complicated process. She had to travel to the sanctuary of Noctis first, which demanded cooperation from the saint that replaced Skytide as the person in charge of the Chained Isles. After that, the firekeepers had to fly their ship all the way from the Ebony Tower to the surface, pick her up, and return into the depths of the sky below. However, it had not escaped his notice that the flying ship had somehow ended up on Ivory Island itself. Had the firekeepers found a way to brave the crushing? Kai nodded.
She reached the tower a couple of days ago. It didn't take as long as we thought. With Noctis's help, Cassia had studied the flying ship extensively in the Nightmare. I don't know how exactly, but she managed to repair its enchantment circuits enough to move directly between here and the Isles. The process is a bit precarious, but the travel time between here and the sanctuary was cut by several weeks.
Sunny lingered for a moment and then sighed.
Well, where can I find her?
Effie gave him a long look and gestured back to the gates that they had walked through.
She's there by the lake? Do you want to say hi?
Sunny took a deep breath.
Yeah, something like that.
Leaving the Great Pagoda, Sunny glanced warily at the bones of Severax the Ivory Dragon, whom Kai had slain in the Nightmare, and slowly headed for the lake. Its surface was calm and clear, as always. Sunlight reflected from the tranquil waters, making it seem like a pool of shimmering silver. Despite the beauty of the heavenly lake, Sunny couldn't help but feel a hint of unease as he approached it. The memory of the furious naval battle was still fresh in his mind, so no body of water felt safe. On the shore, an intricate bench cut from white stone stood, inviting people to rest and enjoy the idyllic view. Currently, it was occupied by a familiar figure. Nephis sat with her legs crossed, staring at the sparkling water with a distant look. When Sunny's shadow fell on her, she lingered for a moment and then looked up.
Sunny.
He remained silent for a while, then sat on the bench and studied the lake as well.
How's life treating you? Being adopted into a great clan has to be a weird experience.
Nephis frowned.
It's fine. Feels a bit strange to be addressed as a sister by Morgan of Valor, I guess. She seems to enjoy my discomfort.
Considering who Morgan's other sibling was, she probably put a different meaning into the word sister, one that entirely lacked affection, most likely. For a moment, Sunny was darkly amused.
Never thought I would pity the Princess of War one day, but having both Mordred and Nephis as siblings? Damn, her luck must be even worse than mine, if that's even possible.
Changing Star let out a heavy sigh and turned slightly to face him.
You should have told me, Sunny.
He smiled.
What, about Antarctica? Oh, that was classified information. I thought that Cassia would have informed you anyway. She had to have known, right?
She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head.
If she did, she kept the knowledge to herself.
Cassia has changed a lot since the Forgotten Shore. She carries a lot of secrets. Sunny raised an eyebrow.
I guess there's trouble in paradise. I was under the impression that she's utterly loyal to you, like a lost puppy, you know? It's surprising to hear.
Changing Star did not respond immediately. After a while, she said, Cassia has her own thoughts and her own desires. She is powerful too, no less than the rest of us. Brushing her agency aside would be a mistake. Sunny laughed.
Of all the people in the world, I would be the last one to underestimate Cassia, don't you think?
Nephis simply looked at the lake. Are you safe? He lingered for a bit, then shrugged.
Is anyone safe? I'm surrounded by thousands of soldiers, awakened, masters, and even a few saints. Plus, I'm me. Antarctica is no worse than the Forgotten Shore or the Kingdom of Hope. In fact, if anyone is in danger, it's you. Are you safe?
Her face grew dark. Nephis gritted her teeth for a moment, and then said with unusual intensity, You don't understand, do you? This is not the first expedition of that kind. Humanity has tried to resist the spell before. The last attempt. The last one took the lives of both my grandfather and my mother. They were powerful too. They were exceptional and ahead of their time too. What makes you think that you'll do better than them? Sunny shook his head.
Many things have changed in the past 2 decades. Back then, humanity had much less awakened. There were barely any masters around. No saint had even emerged yet, at least officially. Our tech, spell tech, and strategies were much more primitive. We had no experience dealing with something like that. Yes, North America was a disaster, but we learned our lesson there. This campaign will be different. I will be better. I will survive it, and grow stronger as a result.
Nephis looked at him with a challenge. Says who? He smiled.
I do. I say if I die or not. It all depends on me. Does it not?
Sunny sighed and glanced at the radiant lake.
The nightmare creatures don't scare me. The chain of nightmares doesn't scare me either. If there's one thing that does, however, it's the great clans and their ambitions. Will they really come to Antarctica to start a war of their own?
A troubled expression appeared on Changing Star's face. She hesitated before giving him an answer. I don't know. Maybe. It is a perfect opportunity. His own face grew ugly.
Why? Why are they doing it now? This is insanity. Our civilization is already on its last leg.
Nephis lingered for a while, then sighed. There has to be a logic to their actions. But what is it? I am not sure. All of it is very strange. We are missing something, I think. A key piece of information that can explain everything. The sovereigns never do anything without a reason. Sunny scoffed.
Is there something you are sure of?
She looked at him and said in a serious tone, There is one thing. Changing Star remained silent for a moment, distant flames dancing in her cold gray eyes. When the great clans do come to Antarctica, all of us better be ready. Several days later, Sunny ascended to the upper deck of the colossal battleship and walked over its bow. The guards stationed here and there on the deck let him pass freely, both because of the 3 stars on the shoulder insignia of his black bodysuit and his close relationship with Neve of House Knight, their direct superior. Stopping in the shadow of a massive cannon turret, Sunny endured the cold winds that pelted him with drops of icy water and looked ahead. In front of him were the towering hulls of other metal leviathans of the naval convoy. which cut the waves as they sailed toward a distant horizon. And out there, on the horizon, a dark line slowly appeared, finally putting an end to the vast expanse of undulating water. Antarctica. After several tumultuous weeks at sea, the fleet had reached its destination. Perched precariously on a broken mountain road, the Rhino stood still as the members of the cohort cautiously climbed higher. Bell, Dorn, and Luster were hiding 100 steps ahead, just below the crest of the tall hill, while Sunny and Kim were currently on the roof of the armored vehicle. "I see them." Samara was tensely studying the screen of her military communicator, which was receiving the video feed from a compact spy drone that she had sent ahead. On it was a small valley. The image was grainy and noisy, sometimes breaking out entirely because of the interference of the Nightmare Gate exerted on it. Flooding the valley, a swarm of nightmare creatures could be seen.
"There are hundreds of them. Most are awakened, but there are several fallen abominations as well. The Gate Guardian has already emerged. It seems to be a devil."
Sunny nodded.
Correct. There are 274 abominations. Of them, 242 are awakened, while 32 are fallen. The Guardian is indeed a fallen devil.
One of his shadows had snuck much closer to the swarm of nightmare creatures. It wasn't suffering from any interference as well. Maintaining a calm facade, Sunny shivered inwardly. The gate was whispering into his ears, calling to him on a level much deeper than thought or emotion. He had experienced the call before, but now that he was a master, it became so much stronger and harder to resist. Sunny had experienced this change almost instantly after the first evacuation army made landfall in Antarctica. While the other 3 convoys were sent to East Antarctica, the largest and most populated region of the southern quadrant, the one he had traveled with was meant to deliver troops to the Antarctic Center. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow mountainous landmass that served as the administrative and industrial center of the continent. As such, it harbored many priority targets that had to be evacuated at all costs. The first several days after the arrival of the army were pure chaos. The large city they entered, Falcon Scott, was in a state of utter havoc. Millions of people had just learned that their entire lives would be uprooted, or maybe even lost. While the local government forces had done their best to maintain order and prepare the civilians for evacuation, that did not amount to much in the end. The situation had been only made worse by all the gates that were opening near and within the city. As one of the Southern Quadrant Awakened had put it, it used to be that one gate opened every few weeks, then it was one every week, then several a week, then one every day. By the time the evacuation army arrived, the situation was swiftly growing even worse. With so many gates around, every awakened master and saint felt their call, some more than others. It wasn't easy for Sunny to adjust to his new, subtly maddening reality. He wouldn't be surprised if the prolonged exposure to the call drove many people insane. But they had not reached that point yet, even if the world seemed to have lost its mind. After spending several days in the panicked chaos consuming Falcon Scott, a large chunk of the Army Corps stayed behind to start converting it into an impregnable fortress. The northernmost city of the Antarctic Center was going to serve as its largest evacuation center, so it had to be converted into a full-fledged siege capital in the coming months. Most of the government forces, however, moved out and started their long march south. Their job was to reach other population centers, establish safe evacuation corridors, and start moving civilians through them to the handful of siege capitals. The 1st Irregular Company left with the field army and split up to assist its various divisions. And now, just a day later, Sonny's cohort was going to fight its first battle. The division they were escorting was already engaged in a low-intensity confrontation against a mass of nightmare creatures that had emerged from half a dozen gates at the lower altitudes. To wipe the abominations faster, they needed to flank them, but the most suitable road skirted the mountain slopes and was itself blocked by the 7th gate. Deploying soldiers to fight on such rough terrain was problematic, so the irregulars were sent instead. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sonny sighed.
We're in luck.
Both Samara and Kim turned and stared at him with inscrutable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, the latter said in a timid voice,
I'm sorry, sir, but how can facing 300 nightmare creatures and a fallen devil be called luck?
He shrugged.
That is what I call a low-threat gate. Do you have a guess why?
Samara frowned.
Because there's no tyrant.
Sonny nodded with a smile.
Indeed. Sure, there are a lot of abominations, but without a tyrant or a terror to control them, they're just a herd. Things would have been much, much worse if all these creatures could coordinate their attack. Plus, we're smarter. That means that we can stack the odds in our favor.
She lingered for a moment.
I think the odds are already in our favor. We have higher ground, and the wind is blowing in the right direction. The nightmare creatures have not caught our scent yet, which means that the element of surprise is on our side.
Sonny shook his head.
Don't be fooled. They already know that we're here. Abominations have other ways of sensing human flesh and souls. In fact, they would not have stayed put near the gate unless they were up to something in the first place. They would have spread around and tried to find something to tear apart and devour.
Kim shivered.
And what are they waiting for?
He glanced at her with an amused expression.
Isn't it obvious? They're waiting for us to walk into the trap. That fallen devil is much smarter than it looks.
Sonny's expression hardened.
Which is why it has to die first.
Samara studied the screen of her communicator for a few moments and sighed.
I can probably make the shot from this distance, but we don't have a direct line of fire. The crest of the hill that hides us from sight also protects the enemy from ranged attacks.
Sonny's smile turned into a dark grin.
That is true, as far as your rifle goes.
A swarm of scarlet sparks shimmered into existence around his hand, and then a black bow appeared in it, radiating a feeling of devastating strength. Its string was bright red, and there was a small brand of the same color on one of its limbs, in the shape of an anvil, pierced by a straight sword.
But arrows, unlike bullets, do not have to fly in a straight line.
Sonny studied the swarm of abominations that flooded the small valley. These ones didn't seem as dangerous as the primal hunters he had once fought in front of Rain's school. The creatures had bestial bodies, with 4 bony limbs that ended in sharp claws and long, slithering tails. Ridges of jagged spikes rose from their spines, and their maws were full of sharp fangs. Most disturbingly, all except for the fallen ones seemed to have had their eyes violently torn out. Now, only darkness nestles in the empty, gaping holes of their eye sockets. The abominations did not move as if they were blind, though. There was a strange, predatory precision in their subdued motions. The devil was different from the eyeless beasts, though. It resembled them outwardly, but possessed a more humanoid body. The creature stood on its hind legs, while his front limbs resembled human hands. Its eyes were closed and even seemed sewn shut. Something constantly moved behind the eyelids, giving Sunny the creeps. The powerful abomination towered above its ilk, reaching almost 3 meters in height. 274 nightmare creatures was a lot. Most cohorts of Awakened would not have even considered attacking that many abominations and quietly retreated instead.
I need to be careful about this,
Sunny thought for a few long moments, and then spoke.
Samara, move forward and assume a position higher up the slope, where you'll be able to shoot over the crest of the road. Vanguard, prepare to advance and secure the crest. Kimmy, work your magic.
His words reached the melee fighters of the cohort without any problem. Of course, he could have used the usual technological solutions to ensure good communication, but with how unstable tech was near gates, it was always good to have a backup. For that reason, Luster was currently in possession of an extremely ordinary, very unassuming rock, which, nevertheless, was somehow able to speak with their captain's voice. One of Sunny's shadows was following the vanguard as well, so he had no trouble hearing their responses. As the cohort's ranged specialist hoisted the heavy rifle on her shoulder and jumped down off the rhino, the melee vanguard crept forward. Quentin served as the center of the formation, with Bell and Dorn flanking him. Luster stayed behind to cover their backs and prevent any monsters from escaping toward the rhino. He was confidently wielding a beautifully etched halberd in his hands, which both gave him some range and allowed the young man to support the 3 fighters from the back, should the need arise. Its versatility also gave him a lot of options on how to engage the enemy. During the past weeks, Sunny had done all he could to raise the battle effectiveness of the cohort and enhance the memories of his soldiers. The weapons received most of his attention, but he also augmented their armor by transplanting the tenacious enchantment of the Patient Avenger into their weaves. With its help, the survivability of the cohort had reached a new level. The Patient Avenger itself had been entrusted to Quentin. Sunny also transferred the Blood Blossom to Bell, with much reluctance, of course. With his current strength, the augmentation granted by the Morbid Charm could not benefit him in any substantial way. It was a different story for the Awakened Swordsman, however, so the decision, sadly, made too much sense. Each member of the cohort was additionally protected by a charm that gave them slight resistance to cold, which is why they were able to all but ignore the slowly falling snow and the chilling wind that blew through the mountains. Standing near Sunny on the roof of the rhino, Kim, who was wielding a round buckler, a sharp rapier, and had a snub-nosed automatic carbine slung around her back, concentrated and unleashed her ability. First, she borrowed Sunny's sight. This allowed her to see what his shadows saw, even though receiving so many different perspectives put an immense strain on her mind. Then, she used her dormant ability to concentrate on the fallen devil and find its weaknesses. Finally, she shared her own perception back to Sunny, allowing him to see where to strike as well. The shadows did not see color, so to him, the body of the towering abomination became painted in different shades of gray. Lighter areas were the most resilient, while those that were darker were less protected. Strangely enough, a small spot at the very center of the devil's forehead was almost entirely black. That was where Sunny aimed. As he wrapped 2 shadows around his body and strained his muscles, the black bow bent, despite possessing an enchantment called Unbending. Because of this, Morgan's warbow required a giant strength to draw, but was also capable of sending arrows very far and translated devastating force to them. Luckily, Sunny was incredibly strong, even for a master. A ghostly shade appeared on the string of the bow and then turned into a black arrow with dark fletching and a narrow arrowhead that seemed to have been crafted from a long, sharp piece of obsidian. The shadow arrows were swift, flew without producing any sound, and had an unnatural ability to find cracks in the enemy's armor. Sonny closed his eyes and moved the bow higher, aiming at an abomination that was more than a kilometer away, and was only seen by his shadow was not an easy task, but he had not trained with Kai for nothing. He held his breath, and then corrected his aim by a couple millimeters when the wind suddenly picked up. Lastly, Sonny poured his essence into the bow, instantly emptying one of his 4 cores. The Death Dealer enchantment was a gluttonous one, as far as essence was concerned, but it was worth it. A moment later, Sonny relaxed his fingers, allowing the string to slide off them on its own. The black arrow noiselessly disappeared into the sky, so fast that it was hard to see it at all. It arched above the crest of the road, soared high, and then fell down. The fallen devil might have still dodged it if it knew what was coming, but the shadow arrow was so swift and silent that the abomination never stood a chance. A black streak flashed in the air, piercing the center of the Gate Guardian's forehead with stunning ease and exiting from the back of its head a split second later. The devil's eyes suddenly opened, revealing Sonny never learned what had been hiding behind the creature's eyelids, because a moment after his shadow arrow disappeared into the ground, the creature's entire skull suddenly deformed and violently exploded. Every bone in its upper body was shattered by the residual force of the impact. The misshapen headless corpse was thrown back with so much momentum that it killed several nightmare creatures that just happened to be standing in the way. Just like that, the fallen devil who guarded the Nightmare Gate was gone. All members of his cohort froze for a moment, astonished by the ghastly sight. The nightmare creatures seemed to have been stunned by the sudden and gruesome death of their leader as well. Standing on top of the rhino, Sonny lowered his bow and smiled with vicious glee.
Not a bad start.
A second later, the small valley exploded with movements as hundreds of abominations lunged in the direction from which the black arrow had arrived. A swarm of fearsome nightmare creatures flowed up the slope of the small mountain valley, rushing toward the crest of the road, where a handful of awakened warriors were preparing to make their stand. The eyeless abominations were moving with ferocious determination, covering many meters with each stride as viscous saliva streamed from their terrifying maws. To their right was the slope of a mountain, while to their left was a canyon that grew deeper and deeper as the road climbed up. Standing at the top of the hill, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster studied the approaching avalanche of monsters with grim apprehension. Lowering the enchanted sledgehammer off his shoulder, the striker of the melee vanguard glanced at his comrades and spoke in a reserved tone.
"What do you think?"
Bell readied his sword and smiled.
This is going to be fun. If we survive, I won't have to be embarrassed about sleeping through the last one anymore.
Quentin silently shook his head, while Luster, who stood behind the three, closed his eyes for a moment.
Crazy bastard.
The swordsman simply laughed. At that moment, they heard a subtle electric whine and then a loud crack of a highly compressed sonic boom. A moment later, the head of a hulking abomination that towered above the rest of the swarm exploded into bloody chunks. The massive carcass toppled over like a marionette that had its strings cut, instantly turning into a lifeless heap of twitching meat. Standing on the roof of the rhino, Sonny drew his bow and let an arrow fly.
Keep aiming for their foreheads, Samara. Take down as many fallen as you can before the enemy reaches the 200 meters mark. Then switch to explosive ammunition and concentrate on the front rows of the awakened abominations. We must break their momentum.
Hidden between large rocks higher up the slope, The deadly sharpshooter recharged her coil gun as she poured a steady flow of essence into an armor-piercing tungsten slug.
Understood.
A heartbeat later, the rifle whined again, and another abomination fell to the ground. At the same time, a black arrow pierced the head of an especially frightening creature. This time, the effect was not as drastic, but the eyeless horror was killed just the same. Drawing the unbending warbow once more, Sonny briefly frowned.
Too slow.
They had barely 24 seconds left before the swarm reached the melee vanguard. That was not nearly enough time to kill all the remaining fallen abominations. And then there were the 240 awakened ones left as well. Sonny and Samara would just have to do their best. Standing by his side, Kim nervously grasped the grip of her carbine and checked its magazine, which was loaded with bullets that seemed to glow slightly in the dim twilight. Each had been charged by Samara prior to the battle. Sadly, the supply of these powerful rounds was limited. The bullets slowly lost their charge as time went by, so the cohort could not hoard them. Black arrows rained from the sky, reaping one life after another. Head after head exploded, turning the cracked asphalt on the mountain road slick with blood. A fearsome nightmare creature fell almost every second as the number of the fallen abominations slowly dwindled. At some point, Samara shifted her aim to the mass of the rabid eyeless beasts. Her eyes shone with ethereal light. As a different kind of bullet escaped from the thick barrel of the Gauss rifle with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a powerful explosion tore through the front row of the rushing swarm. A dozen abominations were instantly ripped apart. Chunks of mangled flesh flew into the air in a cloud of bloody haze. Sharp shards of broken bones pelted the surrounding creatures like shrapnel, wounding and maiming them. Almost instantly after the disfigured corpses fell to the ground, the sound of another thunderous explosion rolled over the mountains, and then another. 2 more bloody rifts appeared in the mass of the frenzied abominations. Now that Samara didn't have to aim, her rate of fire increased. However, so did her consumption of soul essence.
That's enough. Conserve your essence and switch back to priority targets.
Sonny felled another fallen creature and drew the black bow again. However, this time, a different arrow appeared on its string. Instead of wood and metal, it seemed to be made of pure lightning. Just a couple of seconds before the first nightmare creatures reached the crest of the hill, a furious bolt of lightning fell from above. Augmented by the Death Dealer enchantment and 2 of Sonny's shadows, the strike of thunder instantly turned the abomination it hit into a cloud of swiftly dissipating ash. Then, powerful currents of electricity arced to the nearest beasts, spreading through the swarm in a destructive chain reaction. Because the monsters were so close to each other, the lightning spread far and wide. It grew weaker with each jump, but still, the damage it dealt was devastating. Sonny failed to count how many abominations he had killed, but it had to be several dozens at least. Even more were burned and wounded to various degrees. But he wasn't done yet. A moment after the lightning chained through the swarm, the shadows cast by large rocks suddenly surged forward and shot into the air, turning into long, vicious spikes. The nightmare creatures that had tried to leave the road and climb higher were either pierced or blocked by them, turning the slope of the mountain into a macabre forest of impaled bodies. With the deadly spikes blocking the slope and the deep canyon on the other side, the swarm had no other choice than to attack along the narrow line of the road. Funneled that way and with their momentum broken, the abominations that had jumped over the corpses of their slain kin failed to overwhelm the melee vanguard of the cohort in one fell swoop. as Quentin stepped forward and received the first attack on his shield. The true battle started. In early April, Antarctica was enveloped by eternal twilight. The sun seemed to have frozen in place as it plunged behind the horizon, painting a persistent line of vibrant scarlet in the cold purple sky. Stuck between night and day, the southern quadrant was slowly slipping into the embrace of pure darkness that would last for many months. The behavior of the moon was strange and erratic as well. It remained in the sky for several weeks, then disappeared without a trace for long periods. The radiant tapestry of Aurora Australis sometimes appeared to keep it company. Sonny had heard that the southern lights were breathtakingly beautiful, but he had yet to witness them himself. In any case, he did not care about heavenly miracles right now. All he cared about was whether his soldiers could see the enemy. Even though the long night had not descended yet, it was already hard enough to discern important details in the dim twilight. For that reason, Kim was currently channeling his vision to the rest of the cohort. The difference it made could be easily seen. Unencumbered by the abundance of bright light and without the need to rely on luminescent memories, the Melee Vanguard moved as confidently as they would have in the middle of the day. Quentin stepped forward and leaned into his shield, meeting the charging abomination without giving any ground. His sword flashed forward, dealing a deep wound to the beast. The edges of the cut started to rot, and the damage was even worse inside since the blade bit deep. The combat healer flung the convulsing body of the nightmare creature aside and slashed at another one without any hint of hesitation. To his right, Dorn brought his heavy sledgehammer down, turning the head of a snarling abomination into a bloody pulp. To his right, Bell's sword shimmered through the air, decapitating another. The road was narrow enough to prevent the swarm from surrounding them, and the slope of the mountain had turned into a killing field because of the bloodthirsty shadow spikes. The enemy could not flank the vanguard, so all the abominations could do was charge forward and up, half a dozen at a time. As the pressure of the mass of nightmare creatures mounted, the three fighters turned into an impregnable bastion. Quentin drew the most attention and withstood attack after attack, which granted Bell and Dorn a modicum of freedom. They used it well, visiting unabashed slaughter upon the tide of eyeless beasts. The swordsman danced between them, phasing through his enemies and slicing their bodies apart as if they were made from paper. Dorn fought in a more reserved fashion, but his devastating and inescapable attacks were even more fearsome. Luster thrust his halberd forward from time to time, finishing off wounded enemies or preventing them from breaking through the walls of steel created by Quentin, Bell, and Dorn. Streams of foul blood were soon running down the surface of the mountain road. However, not everything went well for the cohort. Despite the unshakable will, ferocity, and deadly skill of the Melee Vanguard, there were just too many nightmare creatures for them to fight. Each of the abominations was powerful and deadly as well. Already, a few heavy hits landed on Quentin's armor, sending a net of thin cracks running through the polished breastplate. The healer easily managed to restore its integrity, but how long would he be able to keep up this lethal dance? Bell and Dorn were better off than him, but not by much. For now, one managed to avoid being torn apart due to his elusive aspect, while the other used his strength and calculating mind to avoid danger. Worse still, there were also the fallen abominations to think about. Just then, the first of the lumbering monstrosities finally reached the crest of the hill, ruthlessly throwing several of the lesser creatures into the canyon to clear a path for itself. The fallen lunged forward, opening its maw to bite down on Quentin's shield, and maybe take the healer's entire arm off with it. Before it could, however, a black arrow silently slid into its throat. The abomination twitched and fell, sliding forward on the asphalt as a river of blood poured out of its mouth. Sonny was already drawing his bow again. Higher up the slope, Samara was calmly sending slug after slug into the attacking swarm. Kim was standing still, concentrating on providing all 6 members of the cohort with a clear view of the battlefield, as well as letting them know where to strike to deal as much damage as possible.
Hell, we might make it.
Sonny had several trump cards saved up in case things went south, but he was reluctant to use them unless necessary. This clash was an important step for the cohort. Up until now, they had only trained together. Being christened by blood in an actual battle would not only show how capable his soldiers were, but also truly bring them together. Sadly, just as he thought that, the situation suddenly and dreadfully changed. As the whole swarm of the eyeless abominations got close to the crest of the hill, the creatures froze for a split second. And then, the long, jagged spikes growing from their spines suddenly grew hazy, producing a strange vibration that covered the surrounding area like a dome. Sonny heard a high-pitched ringing that burrowed into his ears like a hot needle, and then the entire world suddenly spun.
Curses!
He swayed, almost falling off the rhino's roof. Suddenly, Sonny couldn't tell where was up and where was down, where was left and where was right. Everything around him turned blurry, disorienting, and impossible to tell apart. Through the shadows, he felt Quentin missing a step and being thrown back by a charging abomination. Dorn swung his sledgehammer to cover the falling healer, but missed, and was pulled off balance by the inertia of his mighty strike. Bell phased back and staggered, almost tumbling to the ground.
Sonic attack?
Sonny gritted his teeth and dove through the shadows, disappearing and emerging between the fighters of the melee vanguard a moment later. A flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hands. Kicking a nearby beast hard enough to crush its ribs and send the revolting creature flying away, Sonny brought the flute to his lips and blew into it softly. A moment later, a cone of absolute silence enveloped the crest of the hill. Instantly, the world stopped spinning, and he could see again. As Quentin, Dorn, and Bell picked themselves up and readied their weapons with visible relief, Sonny smiled darkly and stared at the approaching monsters. The cruel sight was already weaving itself into existence, surrounded by swirling fog. Taking a step forward, Sonny gripped the shaft of the somber spear and grinned.
Denied!
The swarm had lost its leader. The momentum of its charge had been crushed. The secret weapon of the eyeless abominations had been rendered useless. And most importantly of all, scores of them had already lost their lives. But the nightmare creatures still presented a mortal danger to the cohort. There was still enough of them to bury Sonny and his soldiers under a mountain of flesh, claws, and fangs. More than a dozen fallen abominations remained as well, rushing forward to devour the 7 humans. An ugly smile appeared on Sonny's face.
Come get us then.
As the blade of the cruel sight shone with incandescent light, he sliced through the body of a lunging beast and issued a quick command.
Vanguard, follow me!
He put the shaft of the blade in the way of a snarling maw, shifted his weight to throw the enemy to the ground, and struck another abomination with the butt of his weapon.
Kim, move forward to the crest of the hill. Samara, get closer and keep pressuring the fallen.
As he spun and unleashed a diagonal cut, beheading a disoriented monster, a new memory was already weaving itself into existence. A thin iron chain was soon wrapped around his neck. On it hung a small statuette in the form of a beautiful young woman who held a spear in one hand and a human heart in another. Blood was pouring from a gaping wound on her bare chest. The dying wish seemed to come alive as his essence flowed into it. Death Wish, enchantment description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge, 0 out of 1,000. Now that Sonny was at the front of the cohort's battle formation, both his soldiers and the nightmare creatures could see him. Well, he wasn't sure if the eyeless abominations could see anything, but they perceived him in some mysterious way. The effect of the transcendent charm could be felt instantly. Behind him, the 4 fighters of the melee vanguard were suddenly reinvigorated. Their movements grew faster, sharper, and more focused. The enemies, on the other hand, became even more frenzied. They lunged at Sonny like rabid beasts, consumed by blind hatred, hunger, and madness. With all this fury mostly concentrated on him and him alone, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster gained some space to breathe. Which was a good thing, but...
Crap!
This was the first time Sonny had used this particular memory, and he was already starting to regret it a little. The pressure of the mad onslaught that the affected nightmare creatures unleashed upon him was no joke. Gritting his teeth, he spun and danced, slaughtering one abomination after another. Guided by him, the vanguard slowly pushed into the swarm, taking a few tentative steps forward. Sonny served as the tip of their formation, turning into a bloody hurricane of radiant silver and bleak steel. Despite his superior strength and speed, another fighter would have been quickly overpowered by the sheer mass and ferocity of the countless nightmare creatures, then brought down to the ground and either crushed or torn apart. Luckily, Sonny was just too slippery and elusive to be surrounded and piled upon. As 3 shadows wrapped themselves around his body, his agility and swiftness reached superhuman heights. More importantly, when even that wasn't enough, he easily stepped through the shadows to avoid being swarmed by the onslaught of frenzied beasts. Empowered by his incredibly high divine affinity, the undying chain effortlessly withstood stray blows that managed to get past his defenses from time to time. The cruel sight sang, harvesting life after life like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Behind him, the melee vanguard fought with murderous resolve and swiftly improving cohesion. Not only were they able to provide Sonny with much-needed support and block the enemies from attacking him from the back, but each also killed one abomination after another. Bell's sword sliced through bodies as if not meeting any resistance. Dorn's sledgehammer crushed them like a devastating wrecking ball. Quentin's attacks were not as spectacular, but each abomination wounded by him soon stumbled, convulsed, or simply fell and died. Even Luster was doing his part, either thrusting his halberd forward like a spear or using its hook to throw the eyeless beasts off balance and make it easier for others to slay them. Samara had abandoned her sniper's nest and moved closer to the crest of the hill, to dive into the dome of silence created by Sonny. Her new position was not as advantageous, but she still managed to land most of her shots. Although not all of them were able to hit the weak spot on the forehead of the fallen abominations, even those that had not dealt the powerful creatures serious wounds. A few eyeless beasts had managed to slip through the defensive line of the melee vanguard back when the swarm first unleashed its sonic attack. They were already hurtling in her direction, with nothing slowing them down. As they did, a hail of bullets suddenly struck the abominations from the side, tearing into their bodies. Kim, who was running up the road, aimed her carbine without ever slowing down and unleashed a rain of charged rounds on the nightmare creatures barreling down on Samara. Reaching the last one, she let go of the weapon and allowed it to hang freely from its sling. The woman sidestepped the lunge of the rabid monstrosity, then delivered a powerful uppercut with her buckler. As its edge connected with the beast's jaw and jerked the eyeless head up, a slender rapier shot forward, piercing the abomination's neck. A moment later, the beast was dead. Not too long after that, Kim reached the crest, fell to one knee, and took up her carbine once again. Now that the melee vanguard advanced slightly down the road, she had a clear line of fire at the swarm. Firing in short bursts, the young woman joined the mayhem. Suffocating under the constant flood of frenzied monsters, Sunny grinned.
Thorn, don't try to kill every abomination, just push them off the cliff when you can. The fall is unlikely to kill them, but we can easily clean up the stragglers later. Luster, disengage and help Samara regain some essence. The rest, continue doing what you're doing, slaughter them all!
The members of the cohort obliged, echoing his last command with battle cries of their own.
Slaughter them!
Slaughter them all!
Slaughter!
And so they did. In the end, the cohort eradicated the swarm of the eyeless nightmare creatures. It was not easy, and there were moments when each of them brushed with death. But eventually, the 7 humans observed the vast killing field with tired expressions. Exhausted, but alive. Hundreds of cut, crushed, and torn bodies littered the broken asphalt of the mountain. Blood flowed down the hill, pooling into crimson puddles at its base. The carcasses of the fallen abominations towered above the corpses of their lesser ilk like mounds of rotten meat. Looking at the ghastly sight, Sunny felt very happy that the army supplied them with actual food. Right now, he was very reluctant to go back to the familiar diet of only eating monster meat. With a sigh, he turned away and glanced at his ragged band of soldiers. Despite the fact that their battle was over, time was still of the essence.
Luster, go inform the army command that the road is secured. Then bring the rhino to the crest and park it on the slope. The rest of you, rest while you can. Oh, and also, good work.
The members of the cohort looked at each other, lively smiles appearing on their tired faces.
We did do all right, didn't we?
With that, they walked away from the mass of mangled bodies and sprawled on the ground, steam rising from their blood-covered armors into the cold air. Soon, the rhino arrived, its headlights painting a much more morbid picture of the recent battleground. The soldiers rested and recovered their essence. Since no one was seriously injured, Quentin was in no hurry to tend to the wounded. No one stood guard as well, since Sunny's shadows could fulfill that role better than any human. Everything seemed to be peaceful and safe. However, he was not fooled. Down in the valley, the ugly rift in the fabric of reality was still pulsing with eerie darkness, silently calling to Sunny. The gate was still open. Although they had defeated the initial wave of nightmare creatures that had emerged from it, more could arrive at any moment. The first wave was usually the most dangerous, but not always. It ordinarily consisted of the abominations that had been close to the seed of nightmare when it bloomed, but as long as the gate remained open, more monsters could wander through it into the real world. In fact, Sunny suspected that nightmare creatures experienced a call that was very similar to the one that Awakened felt. It drew them from the reaches of the dream realm toward the blooming seed. Those that had been near it arrived first, but many more could eventually come. That was why, if a gate could not be closed, it had to be contained and constantly monitored by the government forces, at least near or within the population centers. With time, the number of such containment zones grew, stretching the ability of the government to secure them, so the cohort was not entirely safe. He stared at the eerie rift for some time, feeling the call slowly eating away at his sanity. Then Sunny shook his head, walked over to the rhino, and sat down in its shadow. He was tired as well. It was time to sort out the results of the battle. Summoning the runes, he thoughtfully studied them.
Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Devil. Shadow cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 1,246 out of 4,000.
Curses.
Despite the scope and ferocity of the recent battle, he had only received 30 or so shadow fragments from it. 4 for killing the Gate Guardian, the rest for slaying the fallen abominations. Since Sunny was ascended now, he gained nothing from slaying nightmare creatures of the dormant and awakened ranks. Becoming a tyrant was not going to be easy.
Whatever.
He continued to read the runes with a sour expression.
Memories. Silver Bell. Puppeteer's Shroud. Midnight Shard. Extraordinary Rock. Prowling Thorn. Endless Spring. Darkwing. Moonlight Shard. Mantle of the Underworld. Weaver's Mask. Broken Oath. Autumn Leaf. Cruel Sight. Covetous Coffer. Undying Chain. Heavenly Burden. Memory of Fire. Memory of Ice. Strike of Thunder. Morgan's Warbow. Shadow Lantern. Bone Singer. Shadow Chair. Overpriced Saddle. Dying Wish. Evil Eye.
Sunny had learned to weave names into the memories he created after coming back from the nightmare. Shadow Chair was the exquisite wooden chair he had borrowed from Noctis. Sadly, no other item Sunny had tried to bring back to the real world survived. Everything had simply ceased to exist once he returned, to his bitter disappointment. However, the artificial memory remained. The overpriced saddle was the stupidly expensive saddle he had commissioned for Nightmare. The evil eye was the new memory he had just received for killing the devil named Defiled Witness. There were also a few awakened memories he had gained, but they seemed only good enough to be fed to his shadows.
I'll deal with them later.
He turned his attention back to the runes.
Echoes. Shadows. Marble Saint. Nightmare. Soul Serpent. Attributes. Fated. Flame of Divinity. Master of Shadows. Blood Weave. Bone Weave. Aspect. Shadow Slave. Aspect Rank. Divine. Aspect Abilities. Shadow Control. Shadow Step. Shadow Manifestation. Aspect Legacy. Shadow Dance. Flaw. Clear Conscience. Dream Anchor. Tower of Hope.
The name of the Soul Serpent was dim and lifeless. Sunny could not dismiss or summon the shadow back after gifting it to Rain, at least not from a distance. He still felt a subtle connection to it, though. He knew that the serpent was alive and well.
That's something, at least. They are both all right.
With a sigh, Sonny concentrated on his new memory, the evil eye. After reading the description, he learned that it was capable of enhancing one's vision, making a person capable of discerning more details and seeing things clearly from a greater distance. The effect had to be rather powerful since it came from a fallen devil, but he had to decide what to do with it. Sonny could either use it himself, feed it to one of his shadows, or give it to one of his soldiers. Samara and Kim were the best candidates. The awakened sharpshooter would be able to pick off targets from much further away, which was an obvious benefit. The timid seer, however. Sonny was very curious to find out how the augmentation of the evil eye would affect her ability to see the vulnerabilities of his enemies. After thinking about it for a bit, he turned his head and said,
"Hey, Kimmy, come here for a second."
The evil eye seemed to suit Kim's aspect very well. Of course, the cohort was only going to learn how much it had been improved during their next battle, which, without a doubt, would follow very soon. But not yet. Sitting on the ground and watching snowflakes dance in the dim sky, Sonny rested and evaluated the performance of his soldiers, and his own, in the clash against the swarm of eyeless beasts. Overall, he was satisfied with the result. Why wouldn't he be, considering that the enemy had been destroyed while none of his subordinates had suffered a serious injury? Everyone had performed well. Belle, Dorn, and Quentin had shown their value as elite combat specialists. Samara had confidently surpassed his already high expectations. Kim had been instrumental in their overall effectiveness and provided adequate support. While Luster's contribution had not seemed that spectacular, his presence made all the difference. The young man had also done well enough for himself as a second-line fighter. However, things weren't that simple. A subtle frown appeared on Sonny's face.
How troublesome.
The relative ease of their victory had been predicated on several factors. Firstly, and most importantly, control over the terrain and the proper use of its advantages. Secondly, with the immediate elimination of the fallen commander of the swarm. Without the defiled witness, none of the nightmare creatures possessed fearsome unnatural powers. The vile abilities that devils and abominations of higher classes possessed added an element of unpredictability to every battle. It was that instability that made any kind of strategy and planning unreliable. This time, Sonny had been able to remove the threat and maintain tactical superiority. But what about the next? He doubted that every future battle would be as orderly. Lastly, the cohort did not hold back and unleashed its full power to destroy the swarm. Sonny had avoided using his trump cards, but his reserves of essence were now depleted by more than half. His soldiers were in an even worse situation. It was going to take a couple of days for them to recover, maybe less if Luster was involved. Sonny did not regret going all out since it allowed him to create a benchmark of what the cohort was capable of. However, he had a nagging suspicion that they would not be allowed the luxury of carelessly burning through their essence in the future. Who knew when the next combat engagement would come? There was no guarantee that the cohort would receive the time they needed to recharge.
Conserving essence is going to be a priority. I can feel it in my bones.
His expression darkened. The more his soldiers were constrained in how to express their powers, the more risks they would have to endure. Turning his head slightly, Sonny threw a calculating glance at Luster. The young man suddenly shivered and looked back.
Captain? Why are you staring at me?
Sonny gave him a reassuring smile, which only made Luster appear more nervous for some reason.
Oh, just thinking about the future. But since we are talking, Take Kim and go collect some soul shards. Don't bother with the fallen abominations, though. Their hides are too tough, so it would be a waste of time to dress them.
The army would take care of this. As the officer in charge of the cohort, Sonny was privy to the information about how saturated the soul cores of his subordinates were, not to mention that he could make a rough estimate himself simply by taking a look. They did not need too many shards. Dorn and Samara had long reached full saturation, while Belle and Quentin were extremely close to it. Only Luster and Kim lagged behind a bit due to their age. The cohort was going to reach its full potential sooner rather than later. As Luster and Kim left, chaperoned by one of his shadows just in case, Sonny leaned on the hull of the Rhino and closed his eyes. After spending years in the deadly and unpredictable expanse of the Dream Realm, he knew not to miss the rare and precious opportunities to rest. For a while, the small mountain valley was calm and silent. Not too far away behind the rugged slopes, the bleakness of the twilight sky was being torn apart by orange flashes of heavy artillery fire. The echoes of thunderous explosions reached the valley from time to time, but the mayhem itself remained somewhere in the distance. Where the main body of the army division was engaged in a bloody battle against the small horde of nightmare creatures. Soon, however, a low rumbling drew closer, and subtle vibrations spread through the surface of the broken road. Opening one eye, Sonny looked down at where the long columns of army vehicles were climbing up the slope. At its front, a squad of war platforms marched, their wide metal feet sending cracks through the asphalt with each step. A few of the smaller ones were holding rifles, not unlike the coil gun wielded by Samara. Of course, in their giant hands, the massive rifles looked small and lightweight, like modest sidearms at most. The battalion whose path the cohort had been ordered to secure finally arrived. They were going to follow the road and flank the horde of abominations, finishing the pincer maneuver. This probably meant that Sonny and his soldiers were done with their short respite. Soon, the towering war platforms reached the crest of the hill where Rhino was parked, lingered there for a moment, and continued down into the valley. The army vehicles and members of the mechanized infantry arrived next, accompanied by a good number of awakened. One of them stopped near the spot where the cohort was resting and glanced at the carnage below. His face paled. The man remained silent for a while, then glanced at Belle, who was relaxing on a boulder nearby.
"You guys killed all these abominations by yourself?"
The swordsman simply smiled.
Sure did.
The awakened stared at him incredulously.
"But there are hundreds of them."
Belle blinked a couple of times, then shrugged.
So? We're irregulars.
The soldier opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Belle, meanwhile, thought for a bit and added,
Don't be too impressed. Our captain probably killed half of them. We just stayed back and tried to make ourselves useful.
The awakened soldier was impressed. He looked at the swordsman with begrudging respect, remained silent for a few moments, and asked,
"Who is your captain?"
Belle suddenly laughed.
Our captain? He is the devil. The devil himself.
At that moment, Samara appeared from the hatch of the Rhino and called out to Sonny.
"Captain, we are being hailed on the comms."
He sighed, then opened his eyes and reluctantly stood up. As the awakened soldier stared at the pale young man with wide eyes, he smiled pleasantly and then disappeared without a trace, prompting the man to flinch and take a step back. Back inside the APC, Sonny emerged from the shadows, walked over to the communication suite, and sat down behind a terminal. At the press of a button, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. Soul Reaper seemed to be standing in front of a pile of mangled corpses, illuminated by an angry orange glow. Dancing flames reflected in her icy blue eyes, making it seem as if they were glowing. Set against that backdrop, her smile looked rather sinister. "Hey, Sonny. I heard that your cohort won its first battle. I guess congratulations are in order." He nodded and studied the carcasses of the nightmare creatures behind her.
"Yeah, you seem to have achieved a victory as well. What's the situation like with the other divisions?"
The field army had separated into 7 divisions after reaching the Antarctic Center. Or was it brigades? Sonny was still a bit confused about the hierarchy of the army units. In any case, one of them had stayed behind in Falcon Scott, while the other 6 had deployed south and were currently on the move. Each consisted of 10 to 15,000 soldiers and was accompanied by 700 awakened or so. Master Jet shrugged. "It's not too bad, yet. The irregulars are doing their job as well. For now, everything seems to be going according to plan. How about you? How did your cohort perform?" Sonny sighed.
"Not bad. We mopped up the opposition easily enough. However, we wasted a lot of essence. If the intensity of the conflict picks up, I'm not sure if I can employ the same strategy again."
She nodded.
"It will pick up, so good thinking."
At that moment, something thundered from the dynamics, and the image on the screen became noisy for a few moments. Soul Reaper lowered her communicator and looked somewhere to the side with a resentful expression. She pursed her lips, then said in a neutral tone, "Anyway, I have to go. Follow the flanking battalion for now and help them deal with the horde that's blocking your division from advancing south. Don't exert yourself and your soldiers, though. Take it easy and conserve your essence." Sonny smiled.
"Will do."
Master Jet glanced at him briefly and nodded.
"Good luck, Sonny."
He sighed.
"Good luck to you too."
However, the signal had already cut, turning the screen black. All that remained was his pale reflection. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head and headed toward the exit hatch of the Rhino. Nothing much had changed outside. The sky was still cold, dim, and illuminated by the distant cannonade of human artillery. In the valley below, the Army engineers were setting up autonomous observation posts around the active gate and laying explosive charges around it. While humanity could not close every gate, it had learned to diminish its threat in various ways over the years. Encasing them in cement or burying the rift under tons of soil were just a couple of methods to slow down the emerging nightmare creatures, at least a little. Another group of support personnel was already cleaning up the road and harvesting the soul shards. Sonny could have made a point about securing his share of the spoils, but it was too much hassle. The results would be tallied and converted to an appropriate amount of contribution points anyway. Plus, Luster and Kim were already back with their trophies. Stepping out of the APC, Sonny looked at his soldiers.
"Gather up."
As the cohort assembled around him, he pointed to the glimmering crystals.
"Those with unsaturated cores, share the soul shards among yourselves and absorb them. We have 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Our next task is to support the assault on the flank of the bunch of abominations making a ruckus on the other side of the mountain. Only dormant abilities and passive enchantments this time, so don't get too rowdy. Once the threat is eliminated, we can get some sleep. Understood?
There were no questions. 10 minutes later, the Rhino joined the column of the army vehicles and rolled forward, in the direction where the flashes of light and the sound of explosions were coming from. The flanking battalion passed the small valley, climbed high up the slope of the mountain, then crested a narrow pass, and came even with a massive battle below. Around 2,000 nightmare creatures were pressing down on the defensive line of a well-organized human force. The soldiers were not in a hurry to attack and concentrated on keeping the abominations away from themselves. The barrage of explosive shells, squall of slugs unleashed by the towering war platforms, and countless soldiers of the mechanized infantry and several hundred awakened were doing a good job of containing the raging horde. Looking at the chaotic battlefield from above, Sonny grimaced. At this distance, the 6 nightmare gates that had disgorged the horde were already whispering into his ears.
This is going to get old fast, isn't it?
The Army Command soon sent them a packet of information, marking down priority targets in the mass of abominations and transferring other important data. As the battalion formed to start the assault on the flank of the enemy force, Sonny studied it all and then pointed at an especially ugly monstrosity.
That will be our target. We must take this gate guardian down. You guys help me clear the path to the big bastard. Then, stay back.
Sure, Master Jet had told them to take it easy, but Sonny was not going to miss a chance to earn a few shadow fragments. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, making the members of the cohort shift uncomfortably. Soon, the preparations were done, and the flanking force attacked. At the same time, the main body of the division changed its routine, initiating a charge of its own. Pressed between the two, the horde of nightmare creatures stood no chance. Of course, the battalion attacking from the slope of the mountain and the irregulars accompanying it got it much worse than the rest of the human force. Nevertheless, the resistance of the abominations was quickly crushed, and they were ruthlessly eradicated. Sonny managed to take down another gate guardian as well. As the exhausted soldiers celebrated the decisive victory, he scowled deeply and then looked south. The whispers assaulting his mind were growing stronger and stronger. A moment later, the ground shook, and the fabric of reality seemed to split open in the distance. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment.
1, 2, 3.
As he watched with a weary expression, several new nightmare gates suddenly tore a path into the waking world. Then, even more. The shocked soldiers rushed to get back into formations, while countless abominations were appearing from the rifts, flooding the air with their frenzied howls and shrieks. Worse still, one of the gates opened directly behind the army, putting it into an encirclement. Standing on top of the corpse of the massive guardian, Sonny sighed and shook his head dejectedly.
This is going to be a long day.
Well, of course it would be. Since they were in Antarctica, this day was going to last for another few weeks, and then turn into a night that would last for many months. He had a feeling that this endless night would feel even longer. Seven new gates. A flood of nightmare creatures. Thousands of tired soldiers had hoped for a well-deserved reprieve after the long and furious battle, only to have that hope snuffed out in an instant. Sonny could feel the resolve of humans surrounding him falter. But in the end, they quickly collected themselves. The officers barked orders, the soldiers hurriedly gathered in proper formations, and the lumbering mobile war platforms repositioned to open fire on the new threat. Truth be told, the new development was well within the division's ability to handle. Luckily, none of the gates showed signs of reaching Category 3, so they did not pose more threat than the previous 6. The human force had barely suffered any casualties, if any at all, in the recent battle, and they had a theoretical chance of repeating that success. If there was one problem, though, it was that the division, just like Sonny and his soldiers, had overexerted itself in the previous engagement. Logistical vehicles hastily moved forward to allow the fighters to reload their empty magazines and recharge their armor suits. Artillery needed new batches of explosive shells. Infantry needed energy cells and ammunition, and MWP companies needed to cool down to avoid a forced shutdown. All that demanded time, which caused humans to blunder the immensely important opening act of the second offensive. Additionally, they had lost the precious terrain advantage and strategic control because of one of the gates opened behind them. That just meant that the warriors of the Awakened detachment had to pick up the slack and buy their mundane comrades a chance to regroup and properly enter the battle. That included Sonny and his soldiers, too.
Damnation.
Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, studying the approaching flood of nightmare creatures as his mind went into overdrive. He did not doubt that hundreds of Awakened accompanying the division would be able to stall and destroy the threat eventually. However, this time, the human force was not going to achieve victory with minimal losses. Many people were going to die. Was it time to unleash his trump cards already?
This is just day 1, for heaven's sake.
He had come to Antarctica in search of greater strength. Saving the lives of his fellow soldiers sounded very much like something that a man of conviction would do. However, Sonny was not convinced. Why should he go above and beyond to help these people to even the odds? It was not like they were going to suffer a crushing defeat. The victory was all but guaranteed, with only its cost remaining in doubt. Showing his aces, on the other hand, was a bit risky. Sonny would have felt more comfortable if he and his cohort were acting alone, but here in the middle of a massive battlefield, the thought left a bad taste in his mouth. He was tempted to bide his time. There was a grim feeling slowly rising in his heart, though. Indeed, it was the very start of a campaign that promised to be long and arduous. If Sonny did not go all out, and his division lost a bunch more soldiers as a result, the losses would not be anywhere near substantial in the grand scheme of things. However, what would happen if a bunch of soldiers died tomorrow, too? And then the day after that, and the day after that? Pretty soon, there would be no one left to fight by his side, and that was a big problem. Suddenly, a simple and chilling realization struck his mind. Sonny's eyes widened slightly. The thing he had come to understand was so straightforward that it bordered on obvious. Antarctica was not a place where one could hold back. Even though the chain of nightmares was far away from reaching its full magnitude, everyone had to exert themselves to the absolute limit already, or face eventual and inevitable destruction. Even that might not be enough. Sonny gritted his teeth. He had known that this cataclysm was going to be a dreadful trial, of course, but now it became starkly clear that even Sonny had underestimated the true scope of the disaster. The theoretical understanding was very different from actual knowledge. Standing on top of the corpse of a mighty gate guardian, he sighed and then glanced at his soldiers.
That gate over there seems to be bringing our old eyeless friends to the real world. Since we already know how to handle them, it will be our next target.
As one of the very few masters in the division and a captain of the first irregular company to boot, Sonny had a larger responsibility than most. It was a given that his cohort would have to lead the charge on one of the 7 gates. However, he couldn't be in several places at the same time. The gate that had opened behind the human formation, the one that posed the most threat and prevented the division from presenting a united front, thus constraining every soldier on the battlefield, was too far away from his position, and so the irregulars had no hope of reaching it in time. Someone else would have to handle it.
Move out! Samara, change position to get a clear line of sight on the designated gate. Kimmy, stay close to Luster and assist him in covering the Vanguard's back. Stay alive, kill them all.
Without wasting any more time, the cohort rushed forward to meet the onslaught of frenzied abominations. Hundreds of Awakened joined them, creating a buffer between the nightmare creatures and the line of mundane soldiers, buying time for the division to form an effective response. A dozen seconds after they left, however, something moved in the shadow of the massive carcass. Suddenly, a terrifying black steed emerged from it, carrying a fearsome dark rider. The rider observed the battlefield with cold indifference, and then sent her into a gallop. Their eyes burned with infernal red flames. Nightmare and Saint were heading away from the approaching abominations, toward the hastily assembled battle formation of human soldiers. A soldier named Ash was not having a great day. Early in the battle, his powerful exoskeleton armor suit sustained damage to one of its knee joints. Although he could still fight and shoot his rifle, not to mention more than willing to face the abominations despite having his mobility severely reduced, the command judged that the risk was not worth it. As a result, he had to abandon his fellow infantrymen and retreat to the supply train of the division, where a team of techs tried to repair his suit as fast as possible. Sadly, they weren't fast enough. Who knew that a bunch of new gates would open, with one of them appearing almost on top of the scarcely defended supply train? While the techs and other non-combatants desperately tried to retreat closer to the main formation, Ash and a small number of soldiers that happened to be nearby had no choice but to face the advancing nightmare creatures alone. They unleashed a torrent of bullets at the monsters, but there were just too many of them. Even when he emptied his shoulder-mounted launcher to send a hail of miniature rockets into the mass of rabid abominations, the surprisingly potent explosive load his missiles carried failed to make any difference. He had managed to slaughter several dormant beasts with that salvo, but what about those that were awakened? You needed an Awakened to kill another Awakened. All mundane soldiers knew that, more or less. Slowly, Ash's blood turned cold in his veins.
Bad, bad, bad!
An officer's shout reached his ears through the communication system of the armor suit, barely intelligible because of all the distortion produced by the massive gates.
Attach bayonets!
Attach bayonets. That was the order that every soldier dreaded. Ash resolutely pressed a button on the side of his rifle. A moment later, a powerful alloy blade slid from underneath its barrel, turning the weapon into an improvised spear. Come on then, wretches. Despite his bravado, Ash felt more and more like he was not going to live to see the next day. Or whatever it was that counted as a day in the damned Southern Quadrant. The odds just seemed too slim. The awakened abominations were bad enough, but he at least had a theoretical chance to take down one or two with the help of his powered armor. But there were also fallen ones. Most terrifyingly of all, a creature that resembled a giant, ancient, rotting carcass of a monstrous deer had just emerged from the gate, sending the other ghastly beasts into a frenzy. It had to be a devil, at least, or maybe even a tyrant. Ash shuddered and readied himself. Well, so be it. We need to give the supply guys time to run. These bastards are going to learn what humans are capable of. Hell, who knows? Maybe reinforcements will arrive in time. In the next moment, the nightmare creatures closed in on the thin line of soldiers, making ranged fire useless. Ash caught a lunging dormant beast on the tip of his bayonet and grunted, feeling his powerful armor suit being pushed back. Strong. The mini busters on the back of the heavy exoskeleton ignited, pushing him forward. Ash sliced through the flesh of the revolting creature, then tried to land a blow on another snarling abomination. Sadly, at that moment, the damaged joint of his armor finally gave out, throwing him off balance. The bayonet slid off the hide of the awakened monster without leaving even a scratch on it. Ash helplessly toppled to the ground. Before he could move, sharp fangs closed on his shoulder, easily crushing the tempered alloy of his armor and the complicated internals of the powered suit. A terrible pain tore through his side. Die! I'm going to die! He looked up and stared at the ugly snout of the monster that was going to kill him, his eyes wide. And then, the monster's head exploded into bloody chunks. Ash blinked as a visage out of a nightmare flashed past him. It was a black horse, carrying a human rider that wore intricate onyx armor. At least, the rider looked like a human. Or a demon, perhaps. It was the black steed's hoof that had crushed the nightmare creature's head, without ever slowing down. The demonic knight continued forward, killing numerous abominations in passing. Suddenly, the pressure on the mundane soldiers reduced. The Dark Rider's nightmarish steed flew through the mass of rabid creatures, slaughtering one after another. The sword. The knight wielded a strange weapon. The sword he held was made out of black stone and broken. Its edge, however, was still sharp. As Ash struggled to stand up, the demonic knight tore through the onslaught of nightmare creatures, getting closer and closer to the monstrous deer. At some point, the rider gracefully jumped off the black steed's back, soaring high into the air and landing right in front of the charging guardian. Ash didn't see what happened next, because the figure of the infernal knight became hidden behind the mass of nightmare creatures. All he perceived was a chilling, absolutely inhuman shriek that suddenly rolled across the battlefield, so loud that the auditory systems of his exosuit failed to filter the deafening wail out. Gods. Finally, he managed to raise himself from the ground. The battle was still not over. In fact, it was only starting. Even though Ash would have to struggle to do anything with only one functioning leg and a torn shoulder that reduced the range of motion in his right arm, he was determined to do his part. Raising his rifle once again, he glanced forward and saw the dreadful black horse rampaging among the nightmare creatures. There was no sign of its demonic rider, but judging by the erratic movements of the giant deer-like monstrosity, the Onyx Knight was fighting it. Who is crazy enough to attack that horror alone? But the mysterious warrior did not just attack the terrifying gate guardian. Ash froze for a moment. Wait, did he? No, she. Did she actually attack that demon? The rotting body of the ghastly deer suddenly swayed and then toppled. Another shriek pierced Ash's ears, and then the mass of nightmare creatures seemed to lose most of its coordination. The gate guardian was dead. Ash couldn't believe his luck. And, as if fortune truly smiled on him today, not too long after the fearsome abomination fell, reinforcements arrived from behind, forging an impenetrable defense line to stop the enemy's advance. Ash fired the last of his bullets, then stumbled away and retreated. This time, he was sent to the field hospital instead of a repair vehicle, to have his body tended to instead of his powered suit. There, wincing as his torn shoulder was hastily mended together, Ash frowned. Wait, that armor, that demonic aura, the cold indifference and dark charisma. His eyes suddenly widened. The battle still raged on, But Ash was utterly preoccupied by something else. Was I saved by Mongrel? This time, Sunny chose to dive into the melee from the very first moment of the battle. His bow was a fearsome tool to slay powerful targets from a distance, but now that the situation had come to a full-fledged frontal assault, restraining the horde of lesser nightmare creatures was more important. After all, they were only less than when compared to utterly terrifying abominations. Each was still a deadly threat. Plus, using the Death Dealer enchantment again was out of the question. Not to mention that the value of the Dying Wish was vastly increased, considering that he was leading a good 100 awakened instead of a single cohort right now. Any ally who could see Sunny clash with the monsters would feel inspired to fight with renewed zeal and resolve. On the other hand, he was also facing an entire horde of nightmare creatures instead of a single swarm. That meant that the Dying Wish would make him the target of hundreds of frenzied abominations. Its power had also increased because he had already killed dozens of enemies affected by the Death Wish enchantment in the previous 2 battles.
Oh well.
He would just have to manage somehow. Sunny had already decided to go all out, but now, for the first time in a long time, he suddenly felt a dire lack of powerful tools at his disposal. He had always prided himself on how formidable and versatile his arsenal of memories was, but it seemed to have fallen behind the kinds of threats Sunny was facing these days. He didn't even have anything to arm Saint with. To his shame, her broken stone sword was deadlier than any melee weapon he possessed, except for the cruel sight. As a part of an ascended demon, the stone blade carried the power of an ascended weapon as well. Sadly, unlike the taciturn Shadow herself, the sword had not shown any sign of being able to repair itself yet. Sunny was clad in the Undying Chain, wielding the cruel sight, and harnessing the power of the Dying Wish. He was also augmented by 2 of his shadows. Saint only had the Broken Oath, which she could not use recklessly while riding Nightmare. The Black Courser and his rider were empowered by 1 shadow each. Other than that, there was not much Sunny could employ to change the odds in his favor.
Damn it, I need more memories.
What of the tools he did have, though?
Kimmy, what do you see?
His soldiers were his tools, too. Considering that the last powerful memory Sunny had found went to Kim, he hoped to get some results. There were just a dozen seconds left before they clashed with the enemy. The young woman lingered for a moment, then said something that ignited a small flame in Sunny's heart.
I see. These beasts are vulnerable to sonic attacks.
That!
Sunny had formed a similar suspicion after facing the eyeless abominations for the first time. But unsubstantiated suspicions were not something a good strategy could be built upon. Now, however, it was a different case.
I bet it's their perception. Has to be.
He summoned the flute carved out of a strange emerald femur, the Bone Singer. This ascended memory of the 3rd tier, which he had gained in the Red Colosseum, possessed 3 enchantments: Sonorous, Silenced, and Sepulchre Song. The first one allowed the flute to sing at various volumes. This was the enchantment Sunny had copied to the Silver Bell and the Ordinary Rock. The second allowed the flute to create a dome of silence around itself. The third one, Sunny had not been able to use yet. It was supposed to raise the dead. However, one had to know how to play the flute to achieve it, which Sunny did not. Additionally, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and uncontrolled. The only way to command them and prevent them from attacking the summoner was to soothe them with the correct melody, which he had no way of knowing as well. In any case, Sunny was only interested in the Sonorous enchantment right now. Commanding the flute to sing as loud as it could, he saturated it with his essence, and then threw the bone instrument to Luster.
Play it!
The young man caught the emerald flute and stared at it with a startled expression.
But, Captain, I have no idea how to.
Sonny was already turning back to the tide of abominations.
Just blow into the hole, damn it!
Luster hesitated for half a second, then obediently brought the bone singer to his lips. A moment later, a deafening, discordant, ear-piercing whistle exploded from the flute, spreading far and wide. And just a moment before the flood of eyeless abominations crashed against the awakened, they suddenly stumbled and lost their momentum, as if severely disoriented. Sonny grinned as the cruel sight reaped the life of his first victim. The bone singer had not produced a sonic attack per se. It was just terribly loud and hideously shrill. However, just like he had thought, that turned out to be enough. The beasts were blind after all. They had to perceive the world through some other means, and their hearing had turned out to be the dominant one of those. If Sonny had to guess, he would have said that the long spikes on their backs were meant to sense sound waves spreading through the air, which the abominations were then able to interpret into a coherent picture of their surroundings. Subjecting them to the terrible song of the bone singer was akin to using a flashbang grenade. Without ever slowing down, Sonny cut into the horde of nightmare creatures. Driven into a murderous frenzy by the dying wish, hundreds of them rushed forward to tear him apart, only to die by his blade. Sonny had fully unleashed his powers. Dancing between the abominations like a dark deity, he slaughtered them without stopping. Now that Sonny did not have to control the shape of the battlefield, he used shadow manifestation to enhance his own might. Dark tentacles rose from the ground to ensnare and rip his enemies apart. From time to time, 2 additional limbs appeared on his body, piercing the abominations or slicing their bodies with adamantine claws. The cruel sight shrieked like a banshee every time it cut the air. Over the years, Sonny had been subjected to all kinds of attacks and tortures. The dark mirror enchantment of the somber spear had long accumulated a vast library of elemental damage types. He had just never had a reason to use any except for divine flame and soul attacks. Things were different now. Soon, piles of corpses and rivers of blood surrounded him. The more abominations attacked him, the more he was able to kill. The sight of the slaughter was both terrifying and eerily beautiful. The awakened detachment of the human division facing the onslaught of the nightmare creatures shuddered, but managed to hold the horde off for a few precious minutes. Then, the mundane soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army joined the fray. Supported by the destructive might of their high-tech armaments, the awakened changed their tactic and went on the offensive. Sonny led one of the charges. With his cohorts serving as the tip of the spear, almost 100 warriors cut deep into the horde and moved to where the Gate Guardian was hiding. It was another fallen devil, similar to the one Sonny had killed a few hours before. This one, however, seemed slightly smaller, and yet more powerful. It was a female.
Stay back!
As the distance to the dreadful abomination grew shorter, Sonny commanded his soldiers to keep away and dove through the shadows, appearing near the Gate Guardian. Once again, the creature's eyelids trembled as if about to open. Somehow he knew that he would be in terrible danger if he ever looked into those eyes. Trusting his intuition, Sonny closed his own and dashed forward while relying entirely on shadow sense. A small lantern hanging from his belt suddenly came to life, and a flood of darkness shrouded everything around. In the embrace of shadows, Sonny suddenly felt a mortifying chill assault his senses. The defiled witness was looking at him. A moment later, A bright flash tore the darkness apart. Imbued with divine flame, the blade of the cruel sight drew a line across the abomination's neck, beheading it. As the decapitated corpse fell to its knees, the bestial head flew away, enveloped in white flames. Not long after that, the battle was finally over.
What a day.
Sonny tiredly dragged his body back to the rhino, wincing in disgust at all the bodies littering the ground. Why did nightmare creatures have to be so ugly?
Why? Do you prefer to be surrounded by pretty corpses? That would probably be even worse.
War was ugly, and maybe, just maybe, it was a redeeming quality. His soldiers followed him, just as exhausted. No one was seriously wounded, which was the best result Sonny could have hoped for. However, they were in no mood to speak. Other fighters of the First Army, however, felt differently. A buzz of voices surrounded them. The division was in the process of regrouping after the unexpectedly strenuous confrontation with not one, but two entire hordes of abominations. The logistics of the whole process were pure hell, which was only made worse by the strong interference produced by the gates. The gates in the immediate area around the human force, separated merely by a few kilometers each. There were now 15 of them. 7 had opened at some point in the past, and 8 more opened simultaneously just a few hours ago. The idea of something like that happening would have seemed preposterous before, but with the chain of nightmares descending upon the southern quadrant, nothing was impossible anymore. Sonny shook his head. At least he collected plenty of fragments today, as well as earning himself some reputation. Anyone who had seen him fight had to be impressed. And why wouldn't they be? Sonny had personally slain 3 gate guardians today. There was one problem, though. As he walked through the battlefield, he couldn't help but overhear bits and pieces of various conversations.
Damn, these regulars are no joke. Have you seen their captain? The man is a demon. I saw him tear the head off a fallen devil's body with his bare hands. Wait, although, now that I look at him, it's easy to believe. That guy with the giant sledgehammer, right? No, you idiot. The pale kid. You know, the one who looks like a haunted vintage doll. Man, who cares about some captain? Haven't you heard? Heard what? That gate behind us. Do you know who cleared it? It was Mongrel. Lord Mongrel himself. No way. He's in Antarctica?
Sonny blinked.
What?
The more he listened to what the soldiers were talking about, the more he heard the damned nickname. Mongrel, Mongrel, Mongrel.
Are they all insane?
Sure, Saint's armor looked somewhat similar to the mantle of the underworld, but everything else was different. Firstly, and most importantly, she was clearly a woman. Well, he was obviously a man. Secondly, his shadow wore her closed helmet instead of Weaver's mask. Who could mistake one for another? After thinking about it for a bit, however, Sonny came to a disturbing conclusion. He knew what Weaver's mask could do and why he wore it. People, however, did not. To them, the fearsome mask was just another memory, so it was perfectly natural that Mongrel would don a helmet instead of it before going into battle. Additionally, he doubted that anyone had gotten a good look at Saint. She was moving incredibly fast while galloping to the rear of the human formation, and then dove into a mass of nightmare creatures without ever slowing down. Whatever recording remained had to be of terrible quality. considering the disrupting effect of the gates. And speaking of recordings, as soon as they reached the Rhino, Sonny connected his communicator to the vehicle's powerful communications suite and accessed the network. Almost immediately, the sensational titles of several recent articles attracted his attention.
A humble hero, after eschewing the allure of fame and avoiding the limelight for almost 2 years, renowned swordsman Mongrel appears in Antarctica to save 15,000 soldiers from certain doom. Guardian angel of humanity, true to his word, Lord Mongrel, who once proclaimed that he was just a human, courageously puts his life at risk to protect the human race. Exclusive footage of Lord Mongrel vanquishing a fallen tyrant. Lord Mongrel confirmed to be a lady.
Sonny silently covered his face with a hand.
Gods, that was fast.
The government propaganda machine must have decided that Lord Mongrel, whoever he might be, was a good tool to prop up the current recruitment efforts. A somewhat hot celebrity appearing on the battlefield was a good tool to inspire more people to enlist. His face turned a little bitter.
I killed 3 whole gate guardians, damn it! 3! Saint only killed 1, and even then, it was with the help of Nightmare. Why is no one speaking about me?
Even the soldiers of his division seemed to have completely forgotten about Sonny's contributions once the news of Mongrel appearing during the battle spread. Not that Sonny wanted to be recognized for anything. In fact, he vastly preferred being a complete unknown. But still. With a sigh, he looked up the recordings uploaded to the network. Just as he had expected, the quality was terrible. Saint looked like a blurry black silhouette with no definable features. What little the government allowed to be shown did not paint a clear picture of her clash against the nightmare creatures. It just looked like a mess of movement, accompanied by a litany of bestial howls. However, that only added fuel to the collective imagination of people who had watched the video. He read a few of the discussions and closed his eyes for a moment, holding back a groan.
What is this crap?
From what people were saying, it seemed as if Mongrel single-handedly eradicated several thousands of nightmare creatures, while actual soldiers helplessly stood back and applauded. Suddenly, Sonny let out a small laugh. Before unleashing Saint, he had been worried that people would connect the dots and realize that he was Mongrel. Reality, however, turned out to be the exact opposite. Thousands of humans had witnessed him fight at the front of the formation, while at the same time, thousands more had seen someone who they mistakenly assumed to be Mongrel fight at the back. The two couldn't possibly be the same. The action that could have potentially revealed his secret had become a perfect alibi instead. Sonny sighed and then shook his head in bewilderment.
Well, that's something, I guess.
There were a lot of things to do before the division resumed its march. Soul shards had to be extracted from the carcasses of the nightmare creatures. The carcasses themselves had to be piled into mounds to clear the way for vehicles. Usually each would have been dressed to harvest useful materials. The hides and bones of the abominations were a precious resource, especially that of the fallen ones. However, no one had time to properly process the remains of the fearsome horde, so the corpses were simply discarded by the side of the road, doused in incendiary liquid, and burned. The transports and artillery vehicles, damaged war platforms, and powered suits of mechanized infantry had to be checked and repaired. Spent ammunition had to be replaced. Wounded had to be healed. Soldiers, both mundane and awakened, needed time to rest and recover. Aboard the Rhino, members of the cohort slept in shifts. 3 entered the Dream Realm, while the other 3 remained on guard. As soon as the first shift returned, the second shift took their place inside the sleeping pod. Sonny remained awake, meditating silently at the back of the vehicle. In the morning, the division had to perform one final task. In a solemn silence, the bodies of the fallen soldiers, about 100 or so, were covered by pristine white flags. The general in command of the division gave a short speech and then lowered his head. After that, several war platforms towering above him activated powerful flamethrowers attached to their mechanical arms, unleashing long streams of furious fire to consume the bodies. In the harsh conditions of the Antarctic campaign, the First Army could not give its fallen a better burial. Even if the division could spare time to dig graves in the frozen soil, the risk of a stray nightmare creature disturbing them in the future was too high. And with so many living people waiting for their turn to board the evacuation ships, sacrificing precious space to send the bodies back home was a luxury that no one could afford. Looking at the funeral pyre in silence, Sonny couldn't help but fall into a somber mood. Although the ritual itself was beautiful and dignified, in truth, the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives were treated not much differently from the nightmare creatures that had killed them. In the end, both were consumed by flames. For some reason, the image of countless candles burning in front of the academy gates appeared in his mind. With a sigh, Sonny turned away and spoke to his subordinates.
Let's go.
At least the losses weren't too terrible. If Saint had not struck down the guardian of the Northeast Gate so swiftly, things could have been much worse. Soon, the division moved forward. All that was left behind was a landscape decimated by the battle, with snow and ash mixing as they swirled in the air. Sonny remained at the back of the Rhino with a contemplative expression on his face. Soon, however, he was distracted from his thoughts by an incoming communication. Master Jet's alabaster face appeared on the screen.
Sonny, I have a new mission for you.
The field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center had a straightforward objective: turn a small number of cities into impregnable strongholds, relocate all human population of the region to these strongholds, and then entrench themselves for as long as it was going to take to evacuate everyone. At some point, reinforcements were supposed to arrive and make the task of withstanding the siege of nightmare creatures easier. Before that happened, however, the First Army had to complete the most perilous stage of the operation alone. Siege capitals had to be built, evacuation corridors had to be established, and millions of people had to be moved through them in a timely fashion. All of that demanded the human forces to be split into numerous smaller detachments, which posed a significant risk. Additionally, there were too many moving parts to this plan, and each of them could fail and end in disaster. Right now, the division Sonny was assigned to was swiftly moving toward a large city that was going to become an entrenched stronghold. In the process, they were also laying the groundwork to establish transportation connections to smaller settlements, either by bolstering the existing civilian infrastructure or creating their own. After yesterday's battle, there seemed to be no serious obstacles in the division's path. Some of the other divisions, however, were not faring that well. Soul Reaper seemed a bit tired as she spoke from the screen.
A bit of a problem. A Category 3 gate is blocking their way, guarded by a powerful corrupted creature. From the initial observation, it is at least a devil. However, it could also be a tyrant. Winter can't handle it alone. You and I are the closest, so buckle up. Separate from your division and move southeast at full speed until you reach the rendezvous point. It's about 70 kilometers away from your current position.
Sonny briefly studied the map, then said hesitantly,
A corrupted tyrant? Are you sure that the three of us can manage killing it?
All corrupted abominations were frightening, but a tyrant? The thought of facing one in battle made Sonny feel ill at ease. He had only ever fought one creature of that rank, the Wormvine. Even then, He had only killed the vile monster by slaying the host with Adri's wooden knife. Of course, Sonny had been a mere awakened back then. He was much more powerful now, but what truly disturbed him was the lack of information. Fighting an enemy after studying it for a while was completely different from going in blind. He probably had a slim chance against a corrupted tyrant if there was ample time to prepare. As it stood, though, Master Jet did not seem to share his concerns. She grinned darkly and then shook her head.
The three of us are enough. However, this time, we won't be fighting alone. Someone else will be joining the fun.
Sonny raised an eyebrow.
Who?
Soul Reaper leaned forward a little.
A saint.
The first evacuation army was accompanied by 3 saints. One was loyal to the government, while the other 2 had been sent by the great clans. Unofficially, Valor and Song had refused to participate in the Southern Quadrant campaign. Officially, however, they still had to keep up appearances. For that reason, each had provided a token force to support the evacuation effort, and the 2 saints in question were in charge of these forces. Sonny did not know who these transcendents were. All he knew was that the government had wisely chosen to separate them, sending one to East Antarctica, while the other ended up in the Antarctic Center. And now, apparently, that latter was coming to aid the irregulars in vanquishing a powerful corrupted abomination. He was not sure how to feel about that. On one hand, the help of a saint was more than welcomed. On the other hand, one of the reasons he had decided to participate in the Antarctica campaign was to get away from the great clans and their machinations. Now, it seemed that he just couldn't escape coming in contact with the sovereigns and their forces.
Curse it all.
With a sigh, Sonny sent Luster the coordinates of the rendezvous point and walked over to the pilot's cabin.
We have new orders. Get to this location as fast as possible.
The young man yawned, studied the coordinates for a bit, and then nodded.
Aye, sir.
He lingered for a moment.
By the way, what's there?
Sonny shrugged with a nonchalant expression.
A corrupted tyrant. Something like that.
Luster paled, stared at him with wide eyes, and suddenly grew very quiet. Rhino left the marching formation of the division and accelerated forward, quickly overtaking slower vehicles. Then it made a sharp turn, left the wide highway entirely, and entered uneven terrain. Its massive wheels easily rolled through mud and rocks. Thanks to the high-tech suspension system, the members of the cohort barely felt any disturbance. In the next several hours, the armored vehicle briskly traversed the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center. Powerful spotlights installed on the Rhino's roof flooded the landscape in front of it with stark light, cutting the dimness with wide beams. Various sensors supplied Luster with additional information to better steer the heavy carrier. The Antarctic Center was very different from the wilderness of Asia that Sonny had seen during his brief train ride. It was just as lifeless, but in a different manner. There were fewer signs of past wars and disasters here, but at the same time, the land somehow seemed even more desolate. It was much more uneven and mountainous, too. Basically, most of the landmass was covered by a vast mountain chain. Because of that, the horizon was obscured most of the time, and it was hard to notice any approaching threats. More than that, the landscape itself looked strange and alien. Well, no surprise. After all, Antarctica had been covered by ice for millions of years and only recently shrugged off its heavy veil. The passing of monumental glaciers had left many strange things behind. The Rhino was doing an amazing job of navigating the complicated terrain. It moved toward the rendezvous point with sufficient speed, sometimes making use of existing roads, sometimes cutting through untouched wilderness. It climbed or descended tall hills and mountain outcroppings, traversed stretches of frozen marshlands, and waded through labyrinths of giant boulders with equal ease. If there was one thing that kept Sonny tense, it was that he rarely had an opportunity to see far ahead. These days, the southern quadrant was not as lifeless as it had used to be. The life that was spreading through its reaches, however, was not the kind anyone in the waking world would welcome. Eventually, he sighed and climbed onto the rhino's roof through one of the upper hatches. Since Samara was yet to return from the Dream Realm, Sonny was the only member of the cohort with decent means of ranged attack. Using the opened lid of the hatch to shield himself from the cold winds, Sonny summoned Morgan's warbow and peered into the dimness that surrounded the moving vehicle. In the next few hours, he had to use his bow 3 times. Several stray abominations wandered into the rhino's path, only to be slain by a swift black arrow before having the chance to approach it. Luckily, none of them turned out to be too powerful or laid a dangerous ambush.
For now.
By noon, which of course looked the same as morning, evening, and night, the rhino reached the ruins of a small outpost, where 2 similar carriers were parked in the shadow of a broken wall. A handful of people could be seen gathered around a fire, having a cozy meal. As Luster stopped the vehicle, Sonny jumped off the roof and walked toward the fire. Orange light gleamed, reflecting from the bleak metal of his armor.
What are you guys drinking?
The members of Queen's and Soul Reaper's cohort looked at him with wistful expressions.
Just hot water, sir. The cargo capacity of our carriers is limited, so we can't bring anything better.
He shook his head, then summoned the covetous coffer. As the large chest manifested itself into reality and opened its toothy maw, Sonny thrust his hand inside and then threw a can of instant coffee and an expensive chocolate bar to the startled awakened.
Oh, sir! Thank you, sir!
The bunch of irregulars did not look like people who were about to fight a corrupted abomination of a high class. They seemed relaxed and nonchalant about the whole ordeal, and paid more attention to the can of coffee than to a menacing mountain that loomed above them. The Category 3 gate was situated at its peak. As the grateful awakened brewed coffee for themselves and Sonny's soldiers, who emerged from the rhino and joined them, he looked around and noticed Master Jet and Winter. The 2 were standing some distance away, discussing something between themselves in low voices. He headed toward them and caught the tail end of their conversation.
It was a woman. Hot as hell, too.
I am telling you, idiot. I saw that mongrel guy myself once. He's definitely a man.
Everyone knows that you're blind in both eyes when it comes to these things, Reaper. I mean, remember the time when that handsome saint tried to hit on you?
What are you talking about? He was just hoping to cooperate with us to claim a new citadel.
Damn, you are hopeless, you know that? All men.
At that moment, Sonny approached them, glanced at Master Jet, and then cleared his throat. Winter stared at him for a moment.
See? Case in point.
What is that supposed to mean?
As Sonny pondered what she alluded to, Master Jet smiled and waved at him.
Ah, Sonny, you're just on time. The saint should be arriving any moment now, too.
He couldn't help but frown.
Who exactly is?
At that moment, a vaguely familiar feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Sonny sensed a massive shadow covering the ruined outpost, and then heard a sound that resembled the rustle of 1,000 wings. Suddenly, a 4th figure was standing among them. Sonny blinked, momentarily lost for words. In front of him stood none other than Skytide of the Whitefeather clan. The woman standing in front of Sunny was tall and slender, with long hair that fell down in a gentle cascade of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. Sky Tide was wearing a suit of light steel armor, with pauldrons and greaves decorated with stylized feathers. The gaze of her stern amber eyes was piercing and heavy, while her strange vertical pupils resembled that of a bird of prey. Snowflakes swirled and danced in the air as if trying to get closer to her. Sunny was rather startled to see the familiar transcendent.
St. Tyrus? What are you doing here?
Sky Tide glanced at him. Master Sunless, it is good to see you again. I am glad to find you in good health. As for why I am here, isn't it obvious? I have come to hunt the beast. He shifted awkwardly.
No, I meant, why are you here? In Antarctica?
She stared at him expressionlessly. White Feather Clan has been tasked with supporting the evacuation effort in the southern quadrant. Oh. Suddenly a few things clicked into place. Back when Sky Tide had killed St. Cormac to protect Sunny and Cassia, she told them that she would be punished by the great clan Valor. She had also told them that they would not dare to penalize her too severely. It seemed that having the Chained Isles taken away was not enough of a punishment for the willful saint. Valor had to make a gesture by sending a token force to Antarctica, and so the White Feather Clan had drawn the short straw. It seemed that they had lost their idyllic domain and were banished to the cold reaches of the war-torn continent, at least for the time being. Looking around, Sunny suppressed a sad sigh. The dark and inhospitable land surrounding them was a far cry from the Empyrean beauty of the sanctuary of Noctis. He felt a bit guilty about the whole thing. Sky Tide did not seem to mind, though, or at least hid her displeasure perfectly. Master Jet, meanwhile, looked at them with curiosity.
I have forgotten that the two of you know each other. In any case, we are grateful for your assistance, St. Tyrus.
Sky Tide simply nodded. Soon the gaze of her striking amber eyes drifted to the tall mountain looming above the ruined outpost.
What do we know about the enemy?
Soul Reaper shook her head slightly.
Not much.
Then she smiled and looked at the youngest member of the group.
Yet, Sunny, do your thing.
Do your thing? What kind of a request is that?
As Sunny grumbled silently, his shadows nimbly scaled the slopes of the mountain. By now, the range of shadow control had exceeded 12 kilometers, so it was not impossible for them to reach the peak. There was hardly anyone better suited to spy on the corrupted abomination. Sunny grimaced as the call of the nightmare assaulted his mind. Now that he was observing a Category 3 gate, its subtle influence grew much stronger and harder to ignore. There was a wide crack that had almost split the peak of the mountain in two. The dark rift of the gate pulsed inside the cavernous schism, and there was stone debris littering the immediate area around it. Many shards had rolled down the steep slopes, while a few giant boulders had even reached all the way down, smashing large parts of the outpost the irregulars were currently hiding in and decimating the road that led to it. Strangely, he did not notice the nightmare creatures immediately. It was only after the creepy shadow, true to its name, crept closer that a sudden shiver ran through his body. Sunny noticed hundreds of shapes resting between the rocks. The abominations were easy to miss because their carapaces were as white as the snow covering the top of the mountain and had a texture that resembled rock. They looked like giant insects that were as large as adult humans. Some of them were awakened, some were fallen, and a few larger ones were even corrupted. None of them could compare to the enormous abomination hiding in the shadow of the shattered peak, however. With its smooth, milky white chitin and unmoving black eyes, the jade creature resembled an oversized, appalling, monstrous beetle. It was easily 3 times the size of the rhino, with 6 mighty legs and terrifying mandibles that seemed powerful enough to crush heavily armored war platforms. Looking at the motionless abomination, Sonny suddenly felt an eerie sense of foreboding. He glanced at St. Tyrus, Master Jet, and Winter with a dark expression.
It's a tyrant, all right. Large, thick armor. Resembles an insect. There are around 500 drones under its command, many of them fallen. I've noticed at least 24 corrupted lieutenants as well.
He lingered for a moment, and then called out,
Kimmy!
The seer of his cohort activated her aspect ability, allowing him to see the swarm of stone beetles in a new light. Studying their tough carapaces, Sonny slowly listed a few vulnerable points, then shifted his gaze to the tyrant. Unlike its minions, the giant white beetle did not seem to possess any pronounced weak spots. Sonny did not know whether the armor of the powerful creature was that good, or whether Kim simply could not peer through the defenses of an enemy that outranked and outclassed her so much, but the result was the same. Killing the tyrant was not going to be easy. He shared what little information he had been able to gather and glanced at the other officers with doubt.
So, what do we do now?
St. Tyrus remained silent, but Master Jet smiled. Her smile was dark and vicious.
What else? We kill it?
Sonny blinked.
How?
Soul Reaper waited for a few moments, then looked at Skytide. The Transcendent crossed her arms.
I will handle the tyrant. As long as it's bound to the ground, I can attack the creature with impunity. If 1 attack doesn't crack its shell, 10 will. If 10 attacks fail, 100 will do the job.
She looked at the irregulars and frowned.
However, you will have to deal with its retinue. That task is not going to be easy.
Winter snorted and then suddenly laughed.
Easy? What's that?
They did not spend too much time trying to come up with a detailed plan. Firstly, because the nightmare creatures could have discovered the irregulars at any moment. Secondly, because no plan they could come up with would have been reliable. There was just too little information at their disposal. Without knowing what the tyrant, the few devils serving it, and the lesser soldiers of the Stone Hive were capable of, what was the point of creating rigid strategies? The battle ahead was going to be decided by raw power, resolve, and ability to swiftly adapt to changing circumstances. Luckily, the irregulars had more than enough power at their disposal. With 3 elite masters and an actual saint leading them, there was hardly a more fearsome human force in the Antarctic Center. Would that power be enough, though? They were going to find out soon.
How did I end up here?
Creeping up the slope of the mountain with a morose expression, Sonny bitterly remembered his dreams of becoming a rich, decadent, cowardly shop owner. What was he doing on a continent drowning in nightmare gates, preparing to battle a corrupted tyrant and its army? He could have been relaxing in the hot springs of a luxurious spa with a bunch of beauties right now. That was what rich people did, right? Instead, Sonny hid behind a tall boulder, shivered in the cold, and glanced at the handful of people pressing against rocks around him. Sure, there were plenty of beauties among them as well. But it wasn't the same. It couldn't be more different, really.
Damn.
There was still a good stretch of the mountain slope remaining until the peak. That high, the air was not devoid of oxygen yet, but it surely tasted different. None of the awakened would be hindered by the slight hypoxia or suffer from the high-altitude illness, of course, but it still required some adjustment. Sunny sighed and watched as St. Tyrus calmly walked forward. A swarm of sparks surrounded her hand and then coalesced into a long javelin. At the same time, Winter summoned a strange silver bow and 2 arrows. She knocked one on the string of the bow and waited. A shadow hiding at the peak of the mountain watched as one of the hideous insects wandered to the edge of a protruding rock outcropping and froze, its long antenna twitching in the wind. Sunny frowned.
I think we're noticed.
Before he could warn anyone, however, Sky Tide took one last step, raised her javelin, and silently threw it into the dark sky. Her throw caused the snow around St. Tyrus to be cleared away by the gale of crushing wind. The rocks beneath her feet cracked. In the next moment, a thunderous roar of a sonic boom rolled across the mountains as the javelin accelerated toward the peak with terrifying speed. It streaked across the sky like a radiant star and then collided against the tyrant's carapace with devastating force. The milky white chitin did not shatter, though. The javelin shattered instead. As St. Tyrus tilted her head a little, Winter shot an arrow almost straight up. It flew into the sky and then exploded with brilliant radiance, flooding the gloomy slope with bright light. Illuminated by it, the nightmare creatures hiding behind the rocks moved. They ran forward with surprising agility and then jumped, twisting their bodies into tight spheres. Hundreds of these spheres then rolled down, approaching the hiding irregulars with terrible speed. Sunny felt his heart growing heavy. Because of how similar the carapaces of the Stone Hive soldiers were to actual rock, it seemed as if the mountain itself was falling on them. And that wasn't all. The tyrant moved forward and opened its maw, disgorging a cloud of darkness from it. The cloud flowed down like an avalanche of volcanic ash, swallowing the figures of rolling drones as it overtook them.
Dad!
Sunny did not know what the black avalanche consisted of, but his intuition was screaming that inhaling or even being touched by the black ash was deadly to humans. At that moment, Sky Tide suddenly disappeared, and a massive shape shot forward from their formation. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged of lustrous steel appeared above the mountain, gaining speed as it flew into the sky. Her body was wreathed in a radiant mantle of dancing lightning bolts. As St. Tyrus moved her enormous wings, the cloud of black ash was torn apart by the hurricane winds and dissipated long before reaching the irregulars. She soared high into the dim sky and then plummeted down, aiming to savage the jade beetle with her terrifying beak. The two monstrous creatures collided, and the tyrant jumped back with an ear-piercing screech. A beam of darkness escaped from its maw, but Sky Tide was already rising into the sky as she circled to deliver another devastating attack. The bolts of lightning gathered on her body and then shot forward, colliding with the dark beam. It seemed to weaken considerably and missed the swift saint, disappearing into the somber expanse of cold heavens. A net of lightning descended from above and bit into the milky white jade chitin of the Titan. A devastating thunderclap battered it like a physical attack. Tyrus folded her wings and fell again, leaving deep grooves on the enemy's armor with her talons. The whole mountain shook from the furious force of their clash. Comparatively uninjured, but hopelessly outmatched by the flying opponent, the jade beetle seemed almost aggrieved. Its black eyes stared at the silhouette of the colossal bird with an indescribable, inhuman emotion. And then, the tyrant straightened. Its carapace suddenly seemed to split in the middle and move aside like a giant gate. From beneath it, 4 long, translucent wings emerged and then blurred, causing the massive creature to rise into the air. It would have been an eerily beautiful image if it wasn't so dreadful. Looking from below, Sonny gritted his teeth.
Well, crap.
The corrupted tyrant and Skytide were of the same rank, but there was an abyss of 4 entire classes separating them. Nevertheless, Saint Tyrus had been confident in her ability to defeat the perverse creature, as long as it was bound to the ground. That was what she had told them. Watching the giant insect spread its 4 translucent wings and soar into the somber sky, both grotesque and eerily beautiful at the same time, Sonny froze for a moment. Then he looked back down. Nothing ever went according to plan. That was just the reality of things, and the Irregulars had been prepared to face unforeseen circumstances from the very start. Saint Tyrus was going to have to manage, somehow, on her own. The rest of them had their trial to face. He couldn't spare attention to the titanic battle happening above. Hundreds of nightmare creatures were bearing down upon the 3 cohorts of Irregulars like an avalanche. Contracted into balls of white chitin, the soldiers of the Stone Hive were rolling down the mountain slope with tremendous speed, all their vulnerable spots safely protected. Their avalanche could be easily seen in the light of Winter's radiant arrow. Among them were awakened, fallen, and even corrupted abominations. Beasts, monsters, demons, and even devils. The air this close to the summit of the mountain was cold and thin, and unlike the previous battle, humans held an unfavorable position below the enemy. Worse still, Sonny had yet to recover from yesterday's exertion. He had barely half his essence left. Saint and Nightmare were mending themselves in the dark flames of his soul after the clash with the powerful Gate Guardian. Things weren't looking good.
Whatever. More fragments for me.
As he thought that, Winter sent a second arrow into the sky. It disappeared into the darkness, and then seemed to explode into 1,000 brilliant shards. Her aspect was a strange one. From what Sonny knew, it combined some sort of powerful combat augmentation with an affinity to revelation. Winter was both a warrior and a seer. As a result, she never missed. That was not an exaggeration, just a frightening and bizarre fact. She had never missed a shot since becoming an awakened. It did not matter what weapon Winter used, be it a bow, a sling, a throwing dagger, or simply a rock. They always struck true. Of course, simply being able to hit the target did not always mean victory. What made her truly formidable was an extensive arsenal of enchanted arrows that she had accumulated over the years. Master Winter was basically a walking artillery unit. As the 1,000 brilliant shards rained from the sky, each revealed itself to look like a small silver arrow. They bit into the mass of rolling abominations, shredding their carapaces and finding their way through the smallest cracks in the chitin armor. Instantly, fetid blue lymph flowed onto the snow-covered rocks. A moment later, another arrow was already knocked on the string of Winter's bow, with several more already manifesting themselves from a whirlwind of sparks. Each appeared exactly as the previous one was sent flying. Shooting the bow with unnatural speed, she unleashed a squall of death on the mass of descending nightmare creatures. Every arrow was unique, but absolutely deadly. Studying the nimble, calculated, and lethal movements of the older master, Sonny couldn't help but sigh.
So that's what a professional looks like.
He had a long way to go if he hoped to reach this realm of archery. Soon, the other ranged fighters among the Irregulars joined the fray. Almost all members of Winter's own cohort were sharpshooters of some kind, so it easily outshone the rest in this phase of the battle, reaping dozens of abominable lives. Often, The awakened marksman aimed at the breaches in the white carapaces that the rain of arrows summoned by winter had created. As blue runes ignited on the silver limbs of her bow, she grinned.
Show them hell. Whoever kills the most gets a hug.
The information about the weak spots of the Stone Hive warriors that Kim and Sunny had provided also helped. Soon, he heard a familiar electric whine and saw a powerful explosion bloom among the abominations, ripping a few of them apart. Samara was adding her prodigal firepower to the deadly onslaught of the ranged specialists. Sunny, however, restrained himself from using a bow. In this battle, he needed to conserve his essence as much as possible. Plus, he was meant to play a different role. The tide of abominations was almost upon them.
Sunny!
He turned around and saw Master Jet running at him. Her short, raven-black hair was dancing in the wind, and her eyes were burning with chilling blue light. There was a light armor of black leather wrapped tightly around her body, and a familiar dark glaive trailing behind her. Lowering herself slightly, he interlocked his fingers and offered his hands to her as a step. As soon as Soul Reaper's foot landed in this cradle, he strained his muscles and threw her into the air. Augmented by 3 shadows, his strength was nothing short of monstrous. Boosted by Sunny, Jet flew forward as if she were an arrow herself. The somber glaive flashed, cutting, no, passing through the body of one of the corrupted abominations before it could even react. The creature rolled forward with tremendous speed for a few more moments, but then, suddenly convulsed, unfurled its massive body, and came to a shuddering stop. Its white carapace was perfectly whole, with not even the smallest crack on it, and yet the massive beast was dead. As Soul Reaper landed on the icy rocks, hundreds of abominations attacked the line of irregulars and the swift human who had managed to kill one of their leaders. The massive balls of white chitin instantly unfurled into terrifying insect-like abominations and lunged at their victims, their sharp mandibles clicking and their segmented legs scraping against the stones. Master Jet was already moving, dodging numerous attacks as she dashed toward the next corrupted target. Looking at her, Sunny blinked.
Fast.
Then, he had no more time to think. Even though the archers managed to kill and wound a lot of nightmare creatures, there was still enough of them left to bury the irregulars under a mass of chitinous bodies. Master Jet's sudden advance divided their attention and lessened the pressure on the rest of the human force, but that was not her primary goal. In this battle, Soul Reaper was tasked with the most important objective, eliminating the corrupted abominations that threatened to wipe out the awakened soldiers. Awakened were supposed to fight nightmare creatures of their rank. Facing a fallen abomination was usually a recipe for disaster, and only a small number of human warriors could be confident in defeating an overbearing foe like that. Killing a creature of a higher rank was a rare enough accomplishment that it could substantially change one's reputation. Still, it was not impossible. Sunny himself, as well as every other survivor of the Forgotten Shore, had slain plenty of beings that they had no business fighting. That was what made them so abnormal in the terrible crucible of the Forgotten Shore. Only the strongest of the strongest survived. Of course, there were plenty of equal talents among the rest of the Awakened, and the elites chosen to become irregulars were among them. But they stood no chance against the corrupted. The power gap between the two ranks was just too insurmountable. In the rarest of circumstances, a victory could still be possible, but usually, Awakened would not even be able to leave a scratch on the bodies of these monsters. No conventional weapon could harm them either. That was why the corrupted lieutenants of the Stone Hive had to die first, considering that these revolting insects possessed immensely durable armor. Soul Reaper had been chosen to strike them down. Her dreadful aspect, after all, allowed her to ignore all forms of physical protection. That did not mean that the rest of the Irregulars were going to get it easy. Even without the strongest abominations, the rest of the hive was more than capable of tearing the few humans apart, unless the humans destroyed them first. This time, the terrain they had to fight on did not give the Irregulars any advantage. They could not create a layered formation where melee fighters held the enemies off in the front, while the archers pelted them with arrows from the back. The small human force was destined to be instantly surrounded. That was where Sunny came in. Most of the Irregulars created a defensive line slightly higher up the slope, while the ranged specialists continued to shoot arrows and other projectiles over their heads. Their line bent like a crescent moon so that the abominations could not attack them from the sides. He alone stood behind the formation, holding the cruel sight and breathing deeply. Sunny's task was simple: to not let even a single nightmare creature attack the human force from the back.
Let's go.
The tide of Stone Hive soldiers broke against the single blade of Soul Reaper's glaive, collided against the defensive line of Irregulars, and spilled over it. He saw a mass of abominations slide past him from the sides, slow down, then turn around and scurry back up the slope. His fourth shadow had just returned and wrapped itself around the blade of the cruel sight, and at the same time, the dying wish called the enemy's fourth. Sunny dashed forward with stunning speed. At the same time, the shadows around him seethed and then exploded forward with 4 long and powerful tentacles. Each tentacle pierced the carapace of a nightmarish insect and tore its body apart. A moment later, the cruel sight shone with furious white light and slid into a thin crack between the thorax and the head of a fallen abomination, turning its soft innards and brain into ash. Sunny twisted his spear, decapitating the appalling creature. To his surprise, without its head, the insect continued forward, trying to skewer him with 2 of its long segmented legs. With a startled snarl, Sunny crashed into it with his shoulder and sent the heavy monster flying back like a cannonball. At the same time, his shadow tentacles twisted and shot forward, breaking the legs of several more abominations.
Bastards, do you really think you can touch me? Pathetic bugs like you can never hope to kill a noble cockroach like me.
Suddenly, a mad smile appeared on his face. Grinning like a lunatic, Sunny spun in the growing tide of Stone Hive soldiers, killing them one after another. After the Red Colosseum, it was not hard for him to shadow nightmare creatures. Even though bestial abominations like these did not possess sentience, let alone refined battle techniques, they still had unique instincts, behavioral patterns, and character. As such, he could mirror and predict their attacks just as well as that of humans. In fact, it was much easier, but also much, much harder. It was not difficult to peer into the essence of their ferocious combat instincts and adopt them, but doing so put him in terrible peril. It was hard to not lose himself. It was hard to remain human. Luckily, there was an anchor that held that which made Sunny a person together. His true name.
Lost from light.
With its help, he could always return from the formless depths of Shadow Dance, no matter how far he dove into its strange embrace. Stone-like chitin cracked and shattered. Blue lymph shot into the air. Broken mandibles and segmented limbs rolled away, severed by the ruthless blade of the cruel sight. For now, Sunny managed to prevent any nightmare creatures from getting past him. Most fell into a murderous frenzy because of the dying wish and aimed to kill him and no one else. And the few that managed to shrug off the effect were dragged back and killed by the long and malleable shadow tentacles. There were more and more abominations attacking him, though, and among them, much more powerful creatures suddenly appeared. An ominous feeling brushed against Sonny's mind.
What the hell?
He could have sworn that an especially large insect had been barreling toward him just a moment ago. 4 tumorous growths of darkness within its body revealed that the giant abomination was a fallen devil. But now, it was gone.
Where is it?
Before Sonny could find an answer, the mountain slope beneath his feet suddenly split open, and from it, a hungry maw appeared, too close and swift for him to escape. The ground split open, and the head of a massive insect appeared from beneath. Sonny was thrown off balance, and much worse, there was no time for him to dodge the sudden attack. He could not even use Shadow Step. Crap! Before he could do anything, the maw of the fallen devil closed around one of his legs. Sharp mandibles scraped against his greave, smearing revolting mucus all over the bleak steel of the undying chain. The good news was that his transcendent armor turned out to be too tough to be bitten through by the damned abomination. No matter how hard the creature pressed with its jaws, the armored greave refused to bend or be pierced. It also withstood the corrosive effect of the liquid oozing from the insect's maw. Perhaps things would have been different if Sonny did not possess such a high divine affinity, but with the brilliant will enchantment reinforcing his armor, it reached a stupendous level of durability. The bad news, however, was that Sonny was completely immobilized. Even if the fallen devil could not bite off his leg, countless other abominations were already dashing forward to press the attack and rip him apart. Every armor had its cracks, and the undying chain was no different.
Let go, you filthy bug!
Sonny reversed his grip on the cruel sight and thrust it down. His strike was so powerful that the incandescent blade pierced all the way through the impregnable chitin of the insect, cracking the thick plate protecting its forehead and melting parts of it away. Despite the terrible wound, the devil refused to die. Even with its listless black eyes turning into liquid and evaporating, it rose from the ground and then viciously jerked the upper part of his torso, swinging Sonny into the ground. No matter how tough his armor was, at this point, human bones would have snapped and shattered. However, bone weave stubbornly held his femur and tibia together. It hurt like hell, though.
Ow!
Slamming into the rocks, Sonny stubbornly thrust his spear deeper into the devil's head, and then briefly glanced at the approaching soldiers of the stone hive. Following his command, the shadow tentacles shot forward and crushed a few closest ones. At the same time, 2 dark hands appeared from his lower torso and grabbed the devil's jaws, trying to pry them apart. It was of no use. The creature was just too strong. The fallen devil possessed a wicked intelligence too. Seeing that neither its bite nor its slam managed to damage the thorny opponent, it decided to change tactics. Instead of trying to savage the enemy, the giant insect simply clenched its jaw tighter and then dove into the ground, pulling Sonny with it. The solid stone parted around them like liquid.
Not good!
Like every human, Sonny harbored a deeply rooted fear of being buried alive. And this was exactly what was happening. Pulled dozens of meters into the solid stone, he was going to be buried under its crushing weight if the devil let go. Perhaps that was exactly the bastard's plan. Before that could happen, however, Sonny snarled and thrust the cruel sight even deeper, pushing it into the body of the devil as far as he could. At the same time, he commanded the spear to assume its maximum length, and then send all 4 of his shadows from his body onto the somber blade. Augmented by them, the divine flame summoned by the dark mirror enchantment suddenly grew even hotter. For a moment, it seemed as though the giant insect became illuminated from within. A blinding light escaped from the cracks of its carapace, and then the devil contorted in a terrible convulsion. Just a few seconds later, it was immolated from within, turning into nothing but an empty blackened shell.
You have slain a fallen devil. Stone Titan, flee. Your shadow grows stronger.
Sonny shuddered, feeling his heart turn cold.
That's great, but...
The devil was dead, and so its unnatural power dissipated. The stone surrounding them turned back into its solid state, encasing Sonny in a cold, inescapable coffin. There was no light, no room to move, no air to breathe. Even with a master's prodigious might, digging himself out was impossible. A creeping horror entered Sonny's mind. Luckily, he was not just any master. Stretching his shadow sense upward, Sonny simply used Shadow Step and emerged from a stretch of darkness above ground. The cold air of Antarctica had never felt so sweet. The inhospitable dim sky had never looked so beautiful. Suppressing the desire to fall to his knees and take a gasping breath, Sonny swiftly looked around to evaluate the situation. He had only been absent from the battlefield for a dozen heartbeats, but in a clash like this one, just a few seconds was an eternity. Just as he had suspected, things were not looking great. His absence left the rear of the human formation wide open, and the tide of Stonehive soldiers was already flowing up the slope, approaching it. Most were already well outside the range of the effect of the dying wish. That was really, really bad. Sonny's eyes widened.
I have to come up with something. Fast.
Since there was no time to think, only a single idea came to mind. It could lead to a lot of unforeseen circumstances, but forced to act immediately, he did not see any other choice. Commanding the extraordinary rock to relay his command, Sonny barked,
Samara! Kimmy! Turn around and open fire!
At the same time, he dismissed his armor. As both of his soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets at the flood of abominations advancing from the back, the undying chain disappeared into a swarm of sparks. At the same time, wisps of dark fog swirled around his body. For a few seconds, Sonny was left without any protection. Ignoring that chilling fact, he dove into the mass of nightmare creatures, rampaging between them as the dark fog slowly coalesced into a different suit of armor. Luckily, or rather, due to his panicked effort, no attack managed to land on his body in that time. Glossy, onyx, ominous lines, intricate and ancient design. Finally, the mantle of the underworld wove itself into existence. His shadows slid onto its black surface. Merged with it, the dying wish was suddenly augmented by the underworld armament enchantment. The nightmare creatures advancing on the rear of the human formation slowed down and stalled. Then, they froze in place. And then, one after another, they slowly turned around and peered at Sonny. Subjected to an almost palpable pressure of immense hatred and bloodlust, he smiled nervously.
Come eat me, bastards. Look, I'm very tasty.
With fervor and frenzy that made him shudder, the mass of nightmare creatures obliged.